What is up? Subathon Part 2, Electric Boogaloo. I'm eating, though. I'm just gonna eat some pasta that my roommate made while we get settled. It's like an Alfredo pasta, but, oh, I almost forgot to mute. Almost like I'm already off to not technical difficulties, but, I'm out here. I'm trying, okay? I'm doing my best, okay? Um, The plan, though, is definitely longer stream. The plan is go until I die. Maybe, probably actually like 2 in the morning. I don't know. I just want to hang out. I want to talk about some stuff that I missed while I was on my work break. I want to talk about. I'm gonna have more guests on later. I want to talk about some stuff that's happening right now, probably with like UAW strike. Um, and then I think the RICO charges out of Georgia would be another thing to talk about. Um, I'll probably go with the RICO charges first, because it's some bullshit, but I do need to eat right now. I need calories to research and entertain you. It's very important. But, um, I also haven't pre-pulled anything up, but that's fine. I guess it would be a nice way for you to be able to see me, how I kind of go through things. Maybe. I don't know. Don't think too hard on it, actually. Like, it's so funny how so much of my channel sometimes just turns into, like, tips and tricks for Googling and red flags for fucked up articles. Do these bitches not have sources? Fuck them. We're not gonna listen. Um, oh, I should probably do a real intro also. But hello for anyone joining this subathon. I'm Zestina, or Zesty, or Zest. I do different political organizing work in the Susquehanna County area and Seattle. I am affiliated slash, well, not affiliated. I'm not like a spokesperson for them or anything, but I am in 3 different organizations that I tend to do this organizing through, besides my own independent shenanigans. I am in my local chapter of DSA, so I am in Seattle DSA. I am in Progressive Victory, and I am in the Transit Riders. Progressive Victory is an online organizing community out of Discord. Does a lot of phone banking and text banking. And then I am in the Transit Riders Union, which is my equivalent of a hyper local group. They just do things in King County. I joined these groups because they were showing up at things I was already going to on my own, like when a candidate was running against Adam Smith last year, the Stephanie Gallardo campaign for Congressional District 9. I was interested in because I live near slash in. I don't want to dox myself too much. District 9's big. It's fine. I am interested in, oh, and then also like a minimum wage campaign that was happening near me, and a renters' rights campaign that was happening near me in nearby cities. That kind of just a bunch of stuff kind of steamrolled into each other, and next thing I know, I joined a bunch of groups because I think that there's only so much you can do on your own. I really feel like building community is super important for organizing so that you can, because nobody can do everything alone. You really do have to connect with people in your community in order to get shit done. Like there's so much going on. There's always something to be done. There's lots of organizations dedicated to doing certain things. So there's absolutely a group out there for you. During my subathon part 1, I had a fellow organizing friend on who has a background in labor organizing and being a like EMT. So he's typically a field medic during protests. We talked about that a bit. We talked about local organizing. We talked about how we were delegates for our Seattle chapter DSA to convention. Um, we talked about different aspects of what to look for when you're organizing, like maybe like what kinds of groups might fit in with you, what you want to do depending on what you want to do. Talked a little bit about red flags with organizing. It was fun. I'll release clips of that sometime. I don't know. I am very behind in the editing and clip creation department. Um, like ridiculously behind. I I have so many little clips just like sitting around, probably like halfway edited. Editing is I know people hear this a lot from like YouTubers or people that create content, but editing it really is so time consuming because you're doing all kinds of stuff like balancing the audio, you're cutting and clipping like itty bitty little things all the time, adding subtitles and things like that. Like next thing you know, it takes you like an hour to do 2 minutes of something. It's rough. Um, which is why when channels grow, oftentimes one of the first things they do is hire an editor. But not me, bitch. I'm not like that. I'm not at that size. I don't have that money flow. Drink. Arizona peach tea. Yes, I have 3 drinks again. I have peach tea, water, and milk coffee, which is over there, which I will at some point inevitably have to awkwardly grab, but not for now. Um, I do all my own editing. I have like a little scratch. There's always dog and cat hair floating around my apartment, and then it's just chilling, and eventually it's on my face. But I think that's a good summary for yesterday. Um, oh, we played Minecraft while we were talking about this stuff. And my friend was talking about a vigil slash march that they had just gotten back from, which is what they were decompressing from because they were a field medic while there. Um, or because Seattle PD done killed another person, of course. So there's a lot of activity around that right now, especially because body cam footage released recently. And shocker, the cops sucked. They said some pretty awful things about it literally after they had just killed her. Um, and I believe the cop that did it is also high up in the police union that represents the Seattle PD. So That also sucks. We could probably talk about it a bit more, but if I recall, people were doing math, and this particular cop has caused the city over like $1 million in damages from settlements having to be paid out, amongst other things. So, pretty whack. Pretty fucked up. And whenever I go on a food break, like I'll grab food and bring it back here, and I'll probably switch it to like the be right back type animation. But police brutality is always such a difficult topic, honestly, to cover because it hurts my heart. And I'm very sensitive, so I cry a lot. Um, I don't really want to cry on stream, but I do feel like it's an important thing, obviously, to talk about because there are consistent issues with the American policing system. So, we should probably do something, you know. I used to be one of those who was like, is it like a training thing? And it's so hard because it is training. Like they get trained to view people as, opponents. But on top of that, even the hiring practices itself is like they target low. Can you be quiet? Thank you. They target like angry, low IQ people to be cops. So from the get-go, they just bring in pretty pretty flunky people to be cops and then train them to treat citizens as dangerous. And then on top of that, they hire people with biases. They don't do any kind of like bias check against people being racist or ableist or classist or any of the ists. Um, so then racist motherfuckers hire racist motherfuckers. And then also there's like a long history about how like modern policing is from like traditional um like slave capturing, runaway slave capturing. So that's like a whole other layer to it. There's also the whole like we know for a fact racist motherfuckers are in the police because um there was a I think the CIA and the FBI both looked into it and investigated while they were investigating domestic terrorism type stuff, but like we know for a fact that in a lot of regions the KKK has like effectively infiltrated the police since like the 70s. Um, so we know for a fact racist cops in racist regions because that was a goal of the KKK for a while. The same way that they're taking over like school boards now, they did that with cops, you know. I want my coffee. It's over there. Hold on. Ah, my drink is further. Ugh. I'll have to move it closer to my little corner of drink. What the fuck is this color contrasting? Is that from the blue light of the computer? This is a red cup. Why is it like hot pink red? Like I know that I'm using my camera's built-in computer, by the way. Like I don't have a fancy anything. I have a mic that someone is letting me borrow, but I still need to get a stand for it, and the stand from the brand that is recommended is like in two parts and like $70 total, and I'm like, I don't have $70. I just don't have $70 right now. I need me some of that George Soros money, to be honest. Does anybody know how to get that? I would like a George Soros check, please. That would be great. Please. No, but I'm not doing this for money. This is a hobby, this is an outlet. I mean, it'd be cool if the channel grew, which is why I'm having a subathon, but like I do pick up different like political organizing contracts like off and on. Because I'm disabled, my working history is very like flux. Um, so I'm always working on and off. So picking up the different organizing contracts is nice. I recently was doing like a signature gathering contract. That was pretty cool. Now I'm trying to look at like local nonprofits to potentially look at to do more organizing, but like desk work style, because my weak ass disabled body can only walk around and signature gather so much. And I did recently have to get a cane. Via doctor recommendations. We were going back and forth about it for a while, and it just kind of became one of those like, oh, I should get a cane. So I have a cane now. It's blue. It's cool. I bought like a okay-ish one from CVS. Um, I don't know. I think I'm gonna put some stickers on it at some point, but I wanted to start off with like a lower cost cane before possibly getting more expensive fancy ones. But that's been in, and I wanted a collapsible cane because I need something that I can travel with, especially because I take the train up to Seattle kind of often, or I take buses for because I can't drive because again, disabled. So organizing is very tough when you don't drive, and I think that's also unfortunately part of the reason why job hunting can be so hit or miss for me, even within organizing and even within lefty spaces. Not saying that it's like any kind of intentional ableism, but it definitely is like I am specifically looking for gigs that I don't need a car for. Um, and sometimes I still find those and they're just like, oh, but what if maybe still do car? And I'm like, it wasn't in the job description. I'm gonna be at a desk for most of my day. This is a hybrid slash work from home job. Like, what are you meaning? I think, to be honest, as much as I want to work locally, I think I'm going to start applying to like fully remote jobs, either within the state or out of state. Because I mean, as much as I wanted a hybrid job so that I could still go up to Seattle and go to an office and make friends and coworkers and build community and blah, 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 standard standard reasonings, I am not, it's not happening. God damn, I cannot get over that cup contrast. This is a red cup. This is like a red Valentine's cup. Why is it? I have standard lighting. I have my lights in the background to be cute. What is I will get a nicer camera someday, but today is not that day. Oh my god. Until the George Soros money comes in, this is what we're working with. Okay, we're working with fucked up color contrasting. We're working with fucked up. Oh, I got someone just sent me a meme. Sorry, I'm in some different organizing group chats, obviously. And to be honest, the anarchists have the best memes. I myself don't really consider myself an anarchist. Sometimes I don't even fully get anarchy. I think I get it maybe on like a micro scale, like little of anarchy as a treat, like in your city, you know? Um, and I definitely favor it in the same way that I really like micro economies, like farmers markets and things like that. Shout out to the farmers markets of your area. Um, but anarchism always turns into one of those things where it also really depends on who you're talking to. Sometimes you talk to anarchists and they're just like, ah, wow, 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 we don't have a plan, but it'll be cool. And then sometimes you talk to anarchists and it's actually kind of detailed breakdowns of how they want to decentralize things. And I do think decentralization of a lot of different things is good. Like I said, I do think regional microeconomies should be propped up. I don't really a lot of issues that we have that comes with like capitalism, which how I define is always like profit before people, like profit before environment, just profit above all. That's like a pretty okay definition because then you get into the nitty gritties of like, oh, capitalism is also about like acquiring capital and through your expansion you then consolidate your wealth. Whatever. Um, I don't read that much theory, okay? Um, like we have so many problems that are rooted in the expansion of things and expansion of profit. So then you get all these fucked up giant, macro economies. A really good instance, I think, like description of it is in agriculture and in like meat production. Um, I And I also say that as someone from Nebraska, and like Nebraska provides the meat for like the entire country basically. I still think it should be a thing where like products should be as local as possible. Um, which is definitely what I experienced being in Nebraska because like I saw my meat being taken care of. I'm of the opinion of like when using animals and products and things like that, it should be good, healthy environments and respectful and using as much of a product as you can. So like animal bone, all the way down to the animal bones. So no, I'm not vegetarian or vegan, and I really try to source a lot of what I eat as locally as possible so that I can keep that stuff in my information sphere. Um, but same thing with like fruits and vegetables and things like that. Like why the fuck are we getting avocados from Mexico? Because here's the thing. Here's the thing. We have the agricultural technology in order to basically grow anything anywhere if you do like indoor farming, temperature, climate control. Like we can recreate spaces for things to grow so easily. We should be growing our fucking avocados that we want in states or in buildings, like just locally. I don't let the avocados stay in Mexico for the Mexicans to eat, and we'll have our avocados, and then that affects carbon stuff because you're not driving and shipping and boating bullshit everywhere. Like it's just there's so sorry, a whole rant. But that was that was that was an example of just like how I wish certain things were local. And I definitely think that this also plays into so like one of the problems with like global, I guess, like capitalism, and the thing that like social democrats who still like lean into capitalism a bit get so much shit for is that it's like, hey, you're still advocating for like someone to be at the bottom. So globally, that turns into like different disenfranchised like island nations, parts of Africa, parts of Asia, um, but also like you get like sweatshops. The whole sweatshops in Bangladesh thing, like that's true though. Um, but if more things were produced locally, where you can keep track of how people are being made. Is that a fucking fly trying to eat my pasta? Ugh, that's one of the worst things about the fall is it's getting cooler, so all the fucking bugs know that they're about to die, and then they sneak into your home. Motherfuckers. They want my pasta. They want my fucking Alfredo. And the thing is, I did put like everything but the bagel seasoning on this, but like it's got like black sesame seeds, so then it looks like a fucking bug for a split second, and then I'm just like, ah, am I eating a bug? I've eaten on the topic of eating bugs, because there's different cultures around the world where, eating bugs is cool, and I get that, and I respect it. So I personally would not fuck with like a raw bug, but I have had like those dehydrated, like roasted crickets that have been seasoned. Um, those are pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, they're kind of crunchy. They're just like a chip. Or like protein chip. Like I've had a savory and I've had a sweet version of those. Um, like it's one of those things where again, it's like just make sure you're taking care of the bug and make sure that he's having a good buggy life, before you fucking eat him. But it's really weird when you go to like so I've gone to reptile expos because I want to get a snake probably within the next like year, right? So I started going to reptile expos with my friends that already have snakes and lizards and stuff. Well, I also really want a lizard. I've also really wanted a leopard gecko for a long time, but snake. Anyway, I want a hognose. I want like a Western hognose. Because I found out that I fell victim to anti-hognose propaganda during a during an expo I was at. But anyway, ooh, bug. But uh people keep insects as pets as well. So like going to the expos and interacting with like, so these bugs were selling for food for your reptiles, but these bugs, these are friend bugs. It's absolutely like big Finding Nemo energy of fish are friends, not food. So it's these bugs are friends, not food type energy. Um, it's really cute. I've held some praying mantises, and I was like, I didn't think I would emotionally bond just holding a praying mantis, but I held like a cat eye mantis. So they're like these brown kind of spiky type ones. I should pull up a picture actually. Um, da, 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 da. Cat eye mantis. Trigger warning for insects, I guess. Oh my god. Okay, this one is like a mad one, but not reject non-essential cookies. Okay. Um, Look at them. So they're all spiky and like that's like a feisty one because he's in like a bad mood, I guess. But yeah, I held a few of these at a reptile expo a while back and I was like, damn, I am emotionally bonding with this fucking mantis. And apparently mantises are actually like pretty like okay and easy to keep. They have short lifespans though, like a lot of insects unfortunately, so you'll only keep them for like a year, a little more than a year depending on the species. Um but I was like, "Oh my God, look at them. They look like sticks." Uh but the friend I was with ended up getting like two of these. And then there's also like the orchid mantises and stuff that are really popular. You've probably seen these. These are pretty popular. Yeah, the ones that look like flowers. They tend to sell out really fast at expos though. Aren't they so cute though? So I wouldn't mind one of these also. But yeah, no, I didn't know that I would like bond with a bug like that, but I did. I held them and they just kind of like crawled and they were funky. And I was like, damn, look at this little fella. But and the enclosures that you need for them aren't that big. Like it's literally maybe like a 1 to 2 gallon, not even. I ended up meeting a person who like refurbishes like jewelry boxes into mantis enclosures, and that was pretty cool. But anyway, go back to Ecosia. Anyway, I think I'll still be eating, but why don't we dive into either UAW strike stuff or RICO charges? I'm thinking RICO. It's crazy because the first time I heard about the RICO charges, it's because one of the group chats I'm in is like a national group chat for organizing. Uh, and so people who were like based out of Georgia and like had friends in Georgia and who are in Atlanta, like are some of the organizers who were named in the fucking RICO charges. So let's just Atlanta RICO charges. Let's go. Yesterday. No. 2 weeks ago, Atlanta cop city protesters. What is this? MSN. MSN is Mammoth. That's Reuters. CNN, cop city protest. But yeah, so these 61, out of these 61 protesters, a few of them are in like a group chat that I'm in. Mm, maybe we should take a few steps back though to discuss what RICO charges are, because it is basically like an organized crime type thing. Um, a lot of like, oh, that's crazy. Oh yeah, RICO's also being used against Trump. But yeah, there we go. Oh, good old Wikipedia. I love Wikipedia. Um, go donate to Wikipedia whenever you can. Sometimes I like to throw like just $2 their way every now and again. But uh, don't get me wrong. Sometimes Wikipedia is a bit of a meme. But over the years, they just keep getting better and better at like dealing with um any kind of like weird edits or like not good like Wikipedia pages or whatever. Oh my God, speaking of, like one of my favorite recent like Wikipedia edits that got taken down in like 2 hours, but it was one that was like they edited some cat pages about cats being autistic. And like as an autistic person, it made me giggle. Because that meme started from like when you look at brain scans of like cat activity and you com of cats doing activities and thoughts and things like that. And then you look at humans, autistic humans and like their brain scans, they light up and are very fucking similar. So the cats are autistic meme is in my I know some autistic people hate it, but I'm an autistic person that's like, 'cause blah blah blah, people aren't a monolith, blah blah blah. I think it's fucking hilarious, and I have two cats, and I totally get it. I'm just like, hey, you're having an autism, which I get because I also have autisms. Um, it's fucking hilarious. So if you get along well with cats, just also find an autistic human to befriend. It's similar. Let's also open up a tab for criminal organization and organized crime. Okay, gangstas, crime families, mafia. Yeah, that's the thing. These are the kinds of charges that get used for fucking mafia bullshit. So, which is why it's so wild. Sorry, I'm very hungry. I don't typically eat on stream, but because it's a subathon and we're probably gonna be streaming for a while. Um, oh, that's my dog. Off she goes. What are you doing, babies? She heard something at the door. Um, yeah, whatever. I'll eat on stream. What are they called? Mukbangs? This is not one of those. This is just me snacking while I do my standard silly willy political content. This is also a reminder that you should drink water and you should eat. All right, viewers. All right, chat. What do we even have? Oh, I think there are some people here. Might be lurkers, maybe. Hi. Hello, if you're here. Don't be shy. I do try to look at chat. I have like my phone with chat and stuff pulled up, so feel free to interact. Doing a subathon, so please subscribe. Blah blah blah. You know the spiel. We know how this works. YouTube's been around for a while, okay? So hungry. Oh my god. And then it's like, and then I also have like 3 drinks, which is also very standard for my stream. I may not eat on stream, but I will have like 3 or 4 drinks. You gotta have water, you gotta have juice, maybe something a little caffeinated, maybe something a little sweet, you know? You gotta have, oh, I have so much hair. I just ate some of my hair a little bit. Anyway, organized crime. The easy way to put it, oh god, I love Wikipedia. Look at this shit. This first paragraph is already like, Amazing. Groupings of highly centralized enterprises run by criminals to engage in illegal activity, most commonly for profit. Terrorist groups, rebel forces, separatists, typically politically motivated, not always. I think specifically for rebel forces and separatists, it's politically motivated. Um, Tactics are commonly authoritarian. Um, some forms of organized crime simply exist. Oh, fuck, that was a big old highlight. Oh, motherfucker, I don't want to highlight that much. Oh my god. Whatever. Illegal goods exist to cater towards the demand of illegal goods, such as illegal drugs, firearms. Like, we all kind of get the vibes of, like, criminal organizations, outfits, gangs, crime families, mafias, mobs, crime rings, syndicates. Um, oh gosh, what is that? Network, subculture. Communities of criminals involved in organized crime may often be referred to as the underworld or gangland. Isn't that an MTV show? Gangland? Oh. Academic studies of the original mafia, the Italian mafia, predates other groups generated in economic study of organized crime groups and exerted great influence for studies such as the Russian mafia, the Chinese triads, the Hong Kong triads, and the Japanese yakuza. Like, we all kind of get the vibes. Like, criminals be doing criminal stuff, but really well, you know? Um, Especially because there is an emphasis on illegal activities. Okay? Keep that little thought in your brain. The emphasis on illegal activities. So, racketeer influence, the RICO charges have to do with organized crime. Um, Sorry, I'm like cleaning my glasses, but like now I can't read. I'm kind of blind. I'm like nearsighted or whatever. I can only see things like directly in front of my fucking face. And my eyes have gotten worse over the years. I'm gonna be so blind when I'm old. Oh my god. That hurt my eyeballs. Um, Provides extended criminal penalties and civil cause of action for acts performed as part of an ongoing criminal organization. Oh my god, another fucking fly. Motherfucker. Ew, Webtoons just updated. Oh shit, I also have to feed my I have to feed a Pokemon later. I have Pokemon Sleep on my phone. Anyway, enacted in the 70s. There's been laws that have to do with organized crime around for a while, but from what I understand, this is the one that definitely kind of like just consolidated everything and added a bunch of new stuff. Nixon, it was used to prosecute the mafia as well as those who were actively engaged in organized crime, and later used prosecutors have applied this law more broadly. It's primarily a federal act. Oh, fucking highlighting what? Okay, a person who's committed at least 2 acts of racketeering activity, drawn from a list of 35 crimes, 27 federal crimes, and 8 state crimes within a 10-year period, can be charged with racketeering if such are related to one of 4 specified ways to an enterprise. But Zest, what's racketeering? That's okay. Wikipedia has all these little blue links. Is a type of organized crime in which a person sets up coercive, fraudulent, extortionary, and otherwise illegal coordinated schemes or operations, a racket, to repeatedly and consistently collect profit. It's a scam. It's just a fancy way of saying a scam. Oh, I really like the different um examples they have, like protection rackets, drug rackets, number rackets. Racketeering was coined in a statement about the influence of organized crime in the Teamsters Union. Um, it's okay, they fixed it. Now they're doing better. Unauthorized gambling, extortion, embezzlement, all kinds of stuff. Anyway, so we can already tell the vibe of what Rico actually is, right? Like, this is very clearly a not, it's not okay. You know, it's very much, like, I get the whole, crime comes from desperation stuff, blah, 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 blah. Socio political blah 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 blah. We do the system puts people down and then they do crime. I get that. That's not exactly what we're talking about. Um, this is people who take that and then they fucking up the ante, all right, and they make a whole system out of it, all right. This is not petty like theft. This is not. This is wild shit, all right. So primarily a way to deal with organized crime, taking out mobsters, blah, blah, blah. Like, we get the vibe, right? So, the fact that that is getting applied to Trump, we can kind of get because he's been doing, him and his people have gotten together and made plans to defraud voters, defraud government institutions. Uh, oh, my nose. It's the dog and cat hair. Like, we get that vibe, right? So to have something like that then get taken and thrown at protesters? A protest is a legally protected right that we have in our Constitution, in our Bill of Rights. An important part of democracy is to have some dissent and to question the status quo. And the fucking status quo of building a fucking of taking away like beautiful forested land, displacing animals and people who love that, to be in nature and be in that forested land, and then to build like a fucked up expensive ass cop city. So to take that and then be like, these are criminals, that's what's so wild about it. Because if this catches on, then we're going to see more and more of anytime people are protesting or doing some kind of anti-capitalist work, doing mutual aid in their communities. Like, the minute people, like, literal community organizing and like nonprofits being equated with organized crime, it's fucking wild. Hold on, my nose is oh my god, I need to blow my nose, but I will not blow my nose in front of the camera because that would be weird. Maybe I'll do it someday, but right now I don't want you to see me blow my nose. Oh, that's funny. When I move away, it's just Blueberry that's in the camera. My fucking one of my squishmallows. This is Blueberry, my big fucking dragon squishmallow. Um, Not to get distracted with my setup too much again, but you'll often see me streaming either at my desk or here on the bed, again, because I'm disabled. So oftentimes I will be on like bed rest and things like that. So I'm streaming off my bed. Um, okay, but let's go to, I don't know about a Rolling Stone article. A Washington Post article is also kind of fucky wucky. Alright, let's do Atlanta protests. because I'm trying to filter out things, because what we're happening now is just searching like Atlanta RICO charges. We're getting stuff about Trump, and then it looks like we're also getting stuff about Young Thug, when he had repo charges back in January. I remember that being in the news a little bit. I don't pay attention to celebrities that much. Atlanta protests, cop, city RICO charges. That should. Okay, we might. Okay, 4 days ago, it looks like there's a Yahoo. Yahoo News is like, okay. Okay, this one, AP News, might not be awful. CNN is very like, because that's the other thing. When you click news sources, you also have to keep in mind like the biases of that news platform. So CNN is very corporate. Like they are left-ish, they're central left, you know. But they also have corporate leanings, you know. They business leanings. I really want you know those fucking ads that you get on YouTube for like and YouTubers will like do sponsored like ground news or something, groundworks news or whatever. I kind of want to check it out. I'm very curious about how they filter through news and stuff like that. But for now, you stuck with me. I am your filter. Um, so let's do AP News. Racketeering charges. Oh my God. All right. Do we remember what racketeering was? In our Wikipedia, it was very. Do we remember, class? It was very fucking specific planned rackets of what the actual fuck. I ask you what racketeering is, and then I stumble over saying it. Oh fuck! I dropped a noodle. Ew! It's on my lap. I have Alfredo sauce on my lap. Ugh. Very sad. Hold on, I gotta clean up this fucking noodle. Throw it in this. Oh my god, there's Alfredo sauce on my lap. Ugh. It's not that liquidy, thankfully. My roommate made food. I did not make food. I will make my own food later. Um, okay, it is your American and God-given right to be able to protest. Racketeering charges. What kind of racketeering charges is the thing, though? Because there's different kinds of rackets. Not saying that there's any way they can justify it if they do like a specific kind of racketeering, but 61 people. That's the other thing. Is it so shitty and they can't even like they can't even pin it on a like org, because it's again, it's just a lot of people coming together and organizing on the ground to help each other to plan this. A planned police and firefighter. Just because don't drag the firefighters into this. What's that joke? There's no songs called "Fuck the Fire Department." Okay, fire departments are usually pretty cool. Republican Attorney General Chris Carr. The defendants are militant anarchists who support a violent movement that prosecutors trace to widespread 2020 racial justice protests. See, that's the thing. They can't name a specific org, so they're just like, the anarchists. Ooh, spooky. Hmm. It's interesting though because since it just came after Fulton County prosecutors RICO charges on Trump and 18 other defendants, like it feels icky. Like it feels like they just kind of like got mad Trump caught a charge and then they were just like, okay, now we're gonna charge you. It feels very like petty and back and forth. Yeah, so the Stop Cop City movement. So that's the other thing. Like it's not an org. I believe the Stop Cop City is just I think it's a coalition of different groups, but then also just something people can join. But Stop Cop City, will they have a website? There's a Wikipedia. There's a petition. There's petition. Oh, that's interesting. What's that? September 16th? Oh, this is literally today. This is on YouTube. We'll open that in a tab. We'll check that out in a sec. Oh, they're having a ballot initiative effort. Ah. Okay, go to the Wikiped. Defund Atlanta Forest. Yeah, it's a decentralized movement in Atlanta, Georgia, whose goal is to stop the construction of the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center. Ugh. Um, Timeline, forest defense, fatal shootings. Yes, they did. I do remember the cops did kill a protester back in January. It's it's wild. Yeah, domestic terrorism charges. Like it's fucking wild. It's fucking wild. Like this. Oops, I didn't mean to play that. No, no, no. No, 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 no. My bad, my bad. Don't play that yet. Ah! Like this is organizing. This is literally by definition just community organizing. This will have serious effects on community organizing going forward if this manages to happen. Because for them to equate any kind of like people coming together and making decisions and like defending things or protesting or pooling money together for certain causes, like people, the stuff that I do and the stuff that volunteers do, like that's the other thing. It's not even like lead democratically decided like leaders or anything that are getting in charge. Like random volunteers and random people who have like donated some money uh are amongst like the 61 people that got charged. So you being like a regular Joe, even if you aren't at the protests or anything, but if you decide to give money to a group that then gets hit with like RICO charges, now you're in trouble. This could end organizing as we know it. Because a lot of times organizing just kind of happens, like there is something's happening, a void needs to be filled or something needs to be talked about. Something just needs to be dealt with. So a group of people come together and they're like, fuck it, we'll do it. Most of those indicted have already been charged. That's the other thing, because this protesting has been going on for like a year and a half, 2 years now at this point. Like if I had the money, I would have gone out to Atlanta by now and probably like interviewed people or something. Because it's a really good example of, like I said, on the fly organizing versus like when you get like nonprofit like 501c3s or like 501c4s where it's a bit more deliberate in what they do and they have like more like timelines and like planning to what they do. Like this is a great example of just like sudden boots on the ground, like people coming together and uplifting each other and their community in order to change their community how they want to, because that's democracy. That is bottom up structural change, is people coming together, working together, figuring out how they want things to change, deciding the best way to do it for their community, and then making it happen. This is the kind of stuff that like um the leftist infighting memes. This is the kind of stuff that is a good way to go to be against that, you know? Um, wiggle. Um, don't get me wrong, leftist infighting is a problem, and we talked about it a little bit in like part one of the subathon yesterday with my friend, my organizing friend guest, Dominic. But the this is just so good. And this is also the kind of thing where like if this succeeds, this group can go on to do more. And that's the other thing, people facing domestic terrorism charges. Like protesting can get protesting can sometimes get a little intense, but that's not always the goal of a protest. Like the protests are typically to like share information, get people together, to rile people up, but in a deliberate manner. Um, and unfortunately, when protesting gets out of hand, and then you get the whole like, oh God, Target's on fire. Like no one rolls up to a protest. No actual protesters roll up to a protest and are like, damn, I hope I get to throw a brick and light a Target on fire. Um, Unfortunately, that leads into like a conversation of when you get kind of the infiltration type stuff. Like we already know, like we have examples during like the 2020 George Floyd protests, for example, where like Proud Boy groups would show up to George Floyd protests and they would start escalation. They would have different escalation techniques, like they would be throwing bricks and stuff at cops. Um, I don't want to get into that too much here. Also, the line for domestic terrorism, that's the other thing. A funky fresh little protest versus a whole ass domestic terrorism. Oh God, I can't fucking spell domestic terrorisms, including results. Oh, Wikipedia, thank you again. A form of terrorism in which the victims within a country are targeted by a perpetrator with the same citizenship. There are many definitions of terrorism, but none of them are universally accepted. Part of the series, terrorism. In the broadest sense, use of intentional violence and fear to achieve a political or ideological aim. Primarily referred to intentional violence during peacetime or in the context of war against non-combatants. Again, the intent. It's about the intent. Very clearly the Stop Cop City protesters' intent is not violence. Like, yes, there are different organizers who are using different types of techniques. Like, I know that they've like chained themselves to some trees. Like, I know that they've like done the thing where it's like you release air out of um like trucks and things in the vicinity that are like moving things around for construction. Like, then it comes down to the question of like property damage versus people damage. Like, do not hurt people, obviously. Do not be violent against people. But you cannot equate a building or a car or, property to a person, you know? Um, so if things get a little spicy and a window breaks, that's not things getting a little spicy and someone loses an eye, which I'm specifically using as an example because cops have shot rubber bullets at people's faces and heads and they've lost eyeballs. Okay, like there's people who are blind from protesting because cops shot them in the head with rubber bullets. Okay, that's people damage. Like that is absolute, like that's like I've gone to protests and they've never gotten like super spicy. I was not involved in any of the like Chaz stuff up in Seattle. I was gonna go to those protests, but then something came up that day and I couldn't. And then when I was watching the news and a bunch of shit was hitting the fan, I was like, damn, I could have been there. Um, but I do know people who were up there, and I would actually love to have them on the channel at some point. I think that would be a great conversation to have as well to talk about that. But, obviously not now. And I wasn't able to get anyone for the subathon to talk about it. Maybe sometime in the future. A different subathon or something. I don't know. Oh my god. And then that's the other thing, the bail fund, because like when you protest and people get arrested or they get held for a bit, bail funds are very similar to like strike funds when unions protest. Like, so they have like a cushion of money to fall back on for the people who are striking to still pay their bills. Bail funds are often like that as well, because like, God forbid something happens and someone is being held, um, and there's some kind of situation where they're going to be charged for something and a bail is necessary, like it's good to have that money to fall back on. So the fact that again they're taking like the bail fund leaders and accusing them of money laundering, like it's not illegal to just sit on money with a purpose, you know? Money laundering is very okay, Zesty, what exactly is money laundering? All right, let's fucking Wikipedia again. Money laundering. Definition. Def. Let's do def. Because that's the thing. I need people to understand the the things that they are trying to equate here to things that are just intrinsically a part of protesting. Pooling money and resources together for protesting in order to buy resources or have a bail fund or help people pay their bills while they take time off work in order to protest, like that's an important part of protesting. So equating that to money laundering, which is Wikipedia, the process of illegally concealing the origin of money it obtained from illicit activities such as drug trafficking, corruption, embezzlement, or gambling, by converting it into a legitimate source is a crime in many jurisdictions with varying definitions. Like, people donating and pooling their money together is not illegal. It's not an illegal origin of money. It's not, and they're not illegally concealing it either. Like, the way donations work is like, especially if you use like an ActBlue link or something, or if you use like a PayPal or something, like you can itemize where money comes from and break it down. And you can see that in the charges because they have some like minuscule amounts of money where it's like, oh, this person did paid $4 for glue, like they requested reimbursement from like the pool of money. Like, people pool money together for all kinds of things, not just like, it's not just inherent to protesting. If you and your neighbors pool your money together because you want to build a free little library in your neighborhood, like that's also like community organizing. Like, that's mutual aid type work, that's like direct action type work. um if you and your neighbors pool money together because you want to clean up an empty lot in your neighborhood and turn it into a community garden or something, like that kind of stuff, to then equate it to something that is inherently illegal. That's the thing. Money laundering, illegally concealing the origin of money obtained illicitly. Like, that's why I need people to understand how fucking crazy it is to try and throw RICO charges at protesters. Oh, I like how in the history of money laundering they fucking talk about how they hit Al Capone with it. Cause that's true. Al Capone was hit with tax evasion and money laundering. That was how they arrested him, not necessarily because of the organized crime like mafia stuff. Um, oh my, like, oops. Um, See, I don't know anything about here. It talks about protesters buying like fire accelerant and throwing Molotov cocktails at police officers. I don't know anything about that. We could fact check that real quick. But then reimbursed for glue and food, because activists are spending months camping in the woods. That's the other thing. So they're doing basically like the equivalent of a sit-in out in the woods. Like, they're blocking construction from happening by camping. It's definitely the energy of like, they can't move us all. So, my foods. Oh, it says here that the Chris Carr, like Attorney General, and the Governor Brian Kemp are the ones like super behind it. Like, that is such an inherent sorry, I'm eating my food, but it's so frustrating because it's very clear what they're trying to do, basically essentially making protesting illegal in their state. Ooh, the ongoing referendum effort. I think this is um Yeah, also 90. Can I help you? Can I help you, little miss? Why bark? I don't know if you can hear my dog. Can you be quiet? Thank you. Yes, only growl, no bark. Thank you. You're very talented. Also, this is like such bullshit. Look, they want to take 85 acres of forest land and $90 million. Do you know what $90 million would be able to do to uplift the community with proper like social safety nets in order to actually relieve people's desperation that in turn like makes them turn to crime or um like other unfortunate circumstances? $90 million is so much fucking money. I almost dropped another noodle. Just pay me $90 million. I'll talk to the cops and I'll be like, hey, this is your new training. Stop fucking sucking. Anyway, they could probably build so much fucking housing with $90 million. Like, damn. $90 million is so much fucking money. That's so wild. Oh, also, it's kind of funny because, what was it? Not the $90 million is funny, but, uh, the protesters will like hand out flyers about like stopping Cop City and about like bullshit that the cops have done. And then the cops are like, no, please, this is violent anti-police sentiment. Um, I also think it's very interesting that they're trying to link it back to 2020 George Floyd protests, and like Black Lives Matter protest, because that's the thing. They want to vilify multiple movements by doing this. If we can tie them all together, if we can insist that it's all the same people, if we can uh, get everyone upset about everything that's happening, then slide left. What is this? I don't know. Sorry, a pop-up just like came on my phone. I was like, what the fuck, buddy? But it's not a pop-up. It was like a notification for YouTube stuff. I don't fucking know, bro. Oh my god. And this is a hard battle because don't get me like, because the mayor and the city council are pro the Cop City stuff. Like they are not listening to what people want. I don't know anything about like the Atlanta. Well, I think some of the city councils are against it, like city council members, because I think it's a mix of like progressive and like Republican types. So they probably have a lot of beef on that. But vilifying every single kind of protest, like vilifying every single kind of organizing and outreach. Oh Lord, my hair. I have a lot of hair. My hair is like about to my butt. So I have a lot of hair to keep track of sometimes. Um, and it likes to get in the way a lot. Sorry. Um, and it gets caught on shit all the time. I will be minding my business, the next thing I know, my hair is just like yoink. Um, oh, but also, sorry, distracting. But look at my Hello Kitty shirt. Hold on, this is very important, actually. Look at them, they're gardening, and they're sitting on a little Hello Kitty. They're in a garden. It's got cottagecore vibes. It's giving forest fantasy. Um, I can't say where I bought it because I didn't buy it. It came in like a Hello Kitty crate from Loot Crate like 2 years ago. I fucking love surprise crates, okay? I fucking love surprise crates. I love, it's absolutely probably like definitely a thing. Not like I spend a lot of money on them, but I definitely, when like particular crates pop up, I just like getting little surprises. I like the little gifts, you know? Um, so for a while, like before before COVID and stuff, and a little bit during COVID, there was like Sanrio Hello Kitty crates by Loot Crate. And so I was like, we're all gonna die from the plague, might as well get some Hello Kitty crates. And I was getting them like semi regularly. Anyway, sorry, distractions. Uh, oh wait, okay, I did switch it back to the scene. That would have been very awkward if I just like accidentally didn't switch it back and I was just reading this article. But yeah, so the framing that they are going with, like I said, domestic terrorism, protests in downtown Atlanta. Okay, numerous instances of violence and vandalism have been linked to the movement. All right, AP. So this is one of the problems. All right, AP. How are we? AP can be very hit or miss. Okay, days after the killing of Pez Tehran, Pez, Pez, a police car was set alight at a January protest in downtown Atlanta. Hey, again, property damage versus people damage. The cops killed a person. So if all they got back was property damage, could you imagine if people were like also doing murder? That would be, I mean, that would be very bad. Obviously don't do that. But again, the whole like equating property to people is not like you can't equate a human life to objects. Like human life is priceless. Like is that sacred vibe, you know? So just that casual equation of yeah, so the cops killed someone, but then a car was lit on fire. You can't equating a person to a cop car. Like that's not a one-to-one. In March, more than 150 masked protesters chased off police at the construction site and then torched construction equipment before fleeing and blending in with the crowd at a nearby music festival. Ooh, damn. They must have planned the fuck out of that. Those two instances have led to dozens of people being charged with domestic terrorism, although the prosecutors previously admitted they had difficulty proving that many of those arrested were in fact those who took part in the violence. See, okay, but that's the other thing. So this protest has been going on for 2 years. The cops have killed people. The cops continue to do fucked up shit. Um, Even like not involving this facility. And the way people are fighting back and making their grievances known, like property damage is also like the last resort in a lot of these instances, like people have been marching and doing nonviolent, like sit-ins, and there's posters and there's handouts and there's attempts at communication, and now they're trying to do like a city petition. Um, it's it's a whole ass thing. And then trying to equate all the fucked up shit that the system is doing, that cops and the city is doing, to people fighting back and just doing a bit of property damage as a treat. I don't like it. Like is I mean, like I said, I'm not pro property damage or anything, but I would prefer property damage over people damage when damages happen. Um And also, it's like the last resort, and it's the desperation of people's grievances not being heard properly and taken seriously. People do crazy stuff when they get desperate, you know? That's kind of wild that they lit construction equipment on fire. Also, lighting construction equipment on fire and like letting the air out of tires and halting construction by like chaining things up and like blocking, like these are not old techniques, or these are not new techniques. These are very old techniques that many groups have used over the decades, okay? So that's the other thing, like praising like environmental actions and things like that over the decades, when you get like the anti-war and anti, like, when you get like the very green hippies of like the 60s, 70s, and 80s. But then it's like, if you have to consider like the racial framing of the South and the, like Atlanta, how black people get shit on in Atlanta by white people. So the framing also of like these techniques are good when like white hippies would do it, but then suddenly now like black activists are doing it in Atlanta, and suddenly it's a problem, suddenly it's domestic terrorism, suddenly we don't like that anymore. Like that's fucked up. That's fucked up. That's race. It's like, yeah, there's so many dynamics to this. In a lot of places in the South, it's still very much like, ah, no, the white peoples are in charge and choosing the framing and stepping on the black people of the community. Um, Heavy handed. Okay, I don't want to read this one anymore, but thank you, RJ Rico. Wait, is a U.S. editor and housing reporter. Hold the fuck up. RJ Rico wrote wrote the Rico article? That's fucking hilarious. Hold on. Getting distracted. RJ Rico. Who are you? Warnock, Atlanta officials be more transparent about Stop Cop City referendum. Oh, are you based out of Atlanta, dude? No, RJ is a U.S. editor and housing reporter. Stop Cop City petition. Looks like they're doing a lot. He does a lot of Cop City stuff. Cop stuff. I wonder if he's based out of. That's fucking hilarious that RJ Rico is writing the Rico stuff. I hope they did that on purpose. I hope they were like, there's Rico charges in Atlanta. We better send our Rico to it. Um, okay, so this is, let me look at the dates. Hold on. RJ Rico, August 25th. So that was a couple weeks ago. But the petitioning stuff. So I want to talk about, okay, wait, September. Rico charges. Opponents question the timelines and motivations. Oh, this is probably an article talking about how it's like, oh, it feels like they're just doing this because Trump just got charges. I don't know. Is it autopsy from him dying? Noted 57 gunshot wounds? What the fuck? And the medical examiner found no visible gunpowder on. Yeah, we knew it was bullshit. We knew when they were like, oh, he fired at. Okay. Hold on, I'm getting distracted. This was not. See, as I've said for months, the state of Georgia will not tolerate repeated acts of violence and destruction that have occurred in the attempt to stop the constructions. Buddy, then listen, violence is not political speech. It's the bottom of the barrel political speech. Like I said, I'm not pro. You should not be rolling up into places being violent. But when things escalate, and that's the other thing that I don't think people are talking about is like cops get trained to escalate, not de-escalate. So of course, this protest in particular, which is directly against the city and the cops, like there's going to be a lot of escalation happening consistently because there's so many cops involved. Like a part of protest training with like good local organizations is de-escalation. Um, like I have taken some de-escalation classes, but also typically when I go to protests, I do not go as any kind of like peacekeeper, bike brigader, um, any kind of like security or like safety personnel. Like I'm not a medic, um I'm not security, like I don't have a radio and I'm not like talking with people, you know? I go and I tend to be about like spreading the message. Like I will hand out flyers, I participate in chants, like I do that kind of stuff. Uh, but I still got de-escalation tech like classes. It's not as much as different as people who are actual like peacekeepers and stuff and like security, but that's wild. So to oh, I did also real quick, let me share the stream in some places real quick. Um, oh my gosh. Okay. I think that okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Cool beans. Cool beans. Fun stuff. Okay. I don't think I want to read through this article. This feels very I don't know, not reductive. I feel like this was already covered in the previous article. So let's jump into this video, methinks. Let me adjust the volume a bit.
Said, well, do you have any information?
Oh, that's a
So
little
our
quiet.
canvassers and our volunteers spent much more time educating the population.
Activists have been trying for 2 years
When
to
you
stop the
use public
construction of the police
resources
and firefighter
to
training
build a,
center.
let's be honest.
The truth is there's a huge disconnect between the city council and the rest of Atlanta. Woo! Woo! Instead of building a cop city, people in the streets every day have been telling us.
Oh, that is my dog. Hi, sweetie. What are you barking? No, can you be quiet? What do you want? Okay, hold on. She hears something. I think. Let me go check. Oh, I think it's also about time to feed my Danimals. So why don't I do a be right back animation real quick? I know we're in like the middle of a thing, but I will be back. Like I think she's barking because hungry, which is like respectable. I also bark when I'm hungry. Okay, I'm back, bitches. Hold on. The animals were fed. My roommates had already fed the cats. Good for me. Hi, Waffles. You wanna come over here? You wanna be on stream? Maybe? No. Damn. Rude, baby. Rude, 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 baby. Okay, let me make sure my shit is fixed. Oh god, my hair. Oh, there's so much hair. Jesus Christ. This is also it, not when it's like at its fluffy or curliest. Like I had to brush it earlier, so it lost a lot. I have very like soft, wavy curlies. Like think like all of the different like two type hairs. So like 2C, 2B, 2A, and then I have a few hair lock like curlies in the back here that sometimes will form like the 3Cs. But my hair's mostly like 2 type. It's also very weighed down right now because it's just been growing and growing and growing, and I think I need layers. I think I need to do something with my hair, but it's whatevs. Sorry. Let me get this scoocherood. Scoochy scoocherood. Scoochy scoochy scooch. And let's also double check. No. No. Okay. Fancy, fancy, fancy. Is that my dog doing dog stuff? Interesting. Oh, I should have a... I think I want to redo some of my scenes at some time. I don't know, but during the subathon, well, all the time, but I do have like a little, there should be like a notification thingy that'll go off whenever someone subscribes, and I should be aware of it, but we will see. I know people have been coming in and out, like I can see in the chat, but no one wants to talk. And no one's really subscribed. Oh, let me also message real quick. Um, some guest peoples. Mm, okay. Interesting, interesting. Okay, Jesus. Okay, so we were gonna watch, or we were kind of in the middle of watching this video when my dog was like, "Feed me, mother, or I'll die," which I respect. I was a bit late in feeding her. So let's rewind it just a bit.
Between the city council and the rest of Atlanta. Woo! Woo! Instead of building a cop city, people in the streets every day have been telling us, let's build a people's city. Let's build a teacher's city.
What does that mean
Yeah.
to the little black boy?
Okay. I thought that the text would be said, but it's not, so I'll say it. I think I missed some of the text in the beginning, but the refusal by the city clerk's office is the latest setback for organizers who have accused officials of trying to illegitimately push the project forward.
In hoodies on my streets. What does that mean when you pass gang legislation?
Think about what's had to happen in order to get these signatures in place, to give them in to the city clerk's office. This is an opportunity, not for the city of Atlanta, not for the politicians for Atlanta, but for the people to make decisions and choices about how resources will be spent.
Yes.
City officials say that they're waiting for an appeals court to rule on the validity of the time extension a previous judge gave the activists to collect signatures. Bro, what?
If you have a utility meter like this,
I don't need your ad. Jesus Christ. So that's so I think that's pretty cool and pretty interesting that they are gonna go about it in rejected due to a deadline. Oh no, it says here 5 days ago that but cut 4 hours ago and then 5 days ago. Okay, and then the update is 4 hours ago. Oh no. It was updated on the 11th. Ooh, okay. So, but this was also interesting. So basically, they're having a petition in order to, in order to stop it, which I don't know anything about Atlanta city law for how something like that would work, but you can do different kinds of petitions and initiatives though in order to do different things in order to like get things on the ballot, but also in order to, stop or start projects. Oops. Somebody. Oh, I almost. Oops, I wanted a link to. There we go. I wanted a link real quick. Let me get shareable link. Cool. Let me do that real quick. Might as well. I'm also waiting for some guests to get back to me. Oops, nope, I didn't mean to do that. I would like to. There we go. There's that. It's okay to have a little quiet time. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I wanted to share that live link around a little bit after coming back from that break. And I am also messaging potential guests again. Or not potential guests, like my guests that I've had arranged for this. But, okay, Atlanta AP Georgia activists against the proposed police and firefighting training center. Stop bringing the firefighters into it. Okay, but activists are furious that Democratic leaders haven't denounced a plan to check every Stop Cop City signature. What do they mean? I don't like this title. What do they mean by check? Because, like, for initiatives, you do have to, like, validate signatures to make sure people, like, live in the area, but what do they mean by, like, signature verification is kind of just a part of the process to make sure that there's no, I guess, like, outside signatures. So are they doing an Atlanta only initiative, or are they doing a statewide initiative? How is, I hope this article will answer that. Democratic senators to denounce Atlanta's plan to check every signature on a petition to put the issues to the voters. Ah, so they want to get it on the ballot. A line-by-line review would ensure signatures match what officials have on file, says the officials in a Democratic-led party, Democratic-led city, drawing praise from the head of Georgia's Republican Party, condemnation from voting rights groups, but silence from the state's Democratic senators who for years have railed against the GOP imposed voter restrictions. Oh, so I don't think this is like a standard validation process. It sounds like they want to. Ooh, Warnock describes. Ooh. Ooh. That's not good. Warnock's describing it as gerrymandering, partisan. Ooh, okay. So it doesn't sound like. Okay, the silence has enraged Stop Cop City activists who say they've collected more than 100,000 signatures. They warn Georgia's Democratic Party that it is turning its back on some of the most engaged members, the people who knocked doors to help Joe Biden narrowly win the battleground state in 2020, and will be asked to do the same next year. What's this about signatures? They're confident of getting 70K signatures. The big hurdles remain. So this linked to, are you a City of Atlanta voter? Do you know about Cop City? Oh, okay. So it looks like this article is going to talk about what exactly the petition is about a bit more. Canvassers Sienna and Gabriel approach a shopper after shopping at Kroger's supermarket on a recent evening, collecting the signatures for a referendum over whether to cancel the city's lease of a proposed police and firefighter training center that's becoming a national rallying cry for environmentalists and anti-police protesters. Yeah, so a referendum. Okay, yeah. So it's not exactly like, it's not exactly a, it's not a vote, and it's not them trying to get something on the ballot. It's basically the signatures are already the equivalent of a vote. I don't know anything about Georgia or Atlanta's referendum laws. Okay. It became a rating certainly didn't. By the end of a 90-minute shift, 21 people had signed. We definitely need to come back here. I was on a roll before the rain started. Okay, so the city of 500,000 people, so 500,000 people. So signature gathering volunteers and some paid, but persuading more than 70,000 registered voters to sign on to the petition drive. The deadline has been mid-August, but the effort has gotten a boost, and Thursday, a federal judge extended it to late September, though significant logistical and legal hurdles still remain. Technically, organizers say they need just 58,203 signatures by August 14th to qualify for the November ballot. Oh no, so it's an initiative to, okay, forget everything I just fucking said. So by referendum, they do mean like a vote. So this is petitioning to have it on the ballot to vote for it. Political jargon is hard. Not gonna lie. It is tough. It's tough out here. It is the equivalent of 15% of registered voters as of the last city election. They set a higher goal knowing that some will be disqualified. If it's not reached until late August or September, the referendum wouldn't happen until March, when a competitive GOP presidential primary could turn out conservative voters and hurt its chances. The city could also move forward with the construction in the meantime unless a judge intervenes. So it's, yeah, it sounds like a lot of this is coming down to the city has just like decided to do this. Even though this is such a big decision that traditionally like there would have been a vote about it. For example, up here in like Seattle and King County, different kinds of like fees and taxes and levies in order to go into things being built, like get put to a vote on ballots. And then they get voted on every couple of years whether to extend them or end them. As well as, like, for example, the social housing that happened up in Seattle. The social housing initiative, like that happened, and a part of it was voting for like how the construction and things would happen and making sure that it was like union built, making sure it was like green energy built, the different aspects of that public housing development. But it was still like an initiative and then put on the ballot and put to a vote. So I completely understand like this. When you vote for city councils, you do vote for them to have some kind of power to make decisions without everything needing to be put to a vote, because like it depends on the kind of democracy that you have. Like, you want people to represent you to make certain kinds of decisions, and sometimes certain kinds of political decisions need to be made quickly. So it's good to have people that you voted for and trusted in a place of power to make the quick decisions. But something like this, not a quick decision. And Atlanta and parts of Georgia are super like gerrymandered. So it's not necessarily that you voted for people that you trust. So it really sucks that like that was the way that they went about it in the first place, was to just do it and have no vote on it. That is not democratic, and that is not typically the point of city councils. I mean, they should have the right to do probably different like budgetary things or different things with like utilities, or like I said, different other kinds of just construction things. Like city councils will often decide like the order that certain roads are going to be like repaired or built in, versus this is not that. How much extra padding we're going to be able to get is still a question. Our experience is that when you talk about this with people, when they hear the price tag, when you ask them if they would choose this or something else to spend the money on, the vast majority are against it. Yeah, it's $90 million. That's so much fucking money, bro. $90 million. 85 acres. That's the other thing. 85 acres? of land. That's so much land. That's so much pretty. That's so much pretty, like forested land. That's campgrounds. It's all kinds of stuff that they just are like, yeah, military boost. Look, environmental damage in the South River Forest, a poor and predominantly black area. Yep, we're not stupid. Militarization of the police. Yeah, the training that's gonna happen in that facility is probably gonna be fucking whack. Mm, we we promise the facility will teach the most progressive training and curriculum in the country. Yeah, no. Building a whole ass thing like that. That's not you know what is the most progressive training and curriculum in the country? Putting that money into proper like social safety nets, like housing and education and healthcare for the people, into daycare, into all kinds of stuff. In June, a hearing, 14 hours of public testimony that was overwhelmingly against the training center. The council members still voted 11 to 14 to approve $67 million towards the project. So 67 million out of the 90 million is from the city, and the rest is probably private donations and such. Okay, outside the Kroger. Yeah, that's an amount of money the voters should decide. Exactly. Black votes matter. I'm not saying I'm for or against it. I want to be able to have my input. Exactly. Being able to vote for stuff is so important. It's a bit of a Hail Mary, but it's a Hail Mary that makes sense. That's very true. They've already begun to clear cut the trees. They're getting close to pouring concrete. Our options are quite limited right now. This does feel like the most practical, effective next step. At the same time, a small number of activists have continued taking a more violent tack. Is that supposed to be tactic? Including torching 8 police motorcycles over the 4th of July weekend. Actions that the canvas organizers have not condemned. Oof. Curtis Duncan, 40, said the first day he went out canvassing, a man approached him accusing him of being one of the vandals. Ooh. Sir, respectfully, I wasn't burning cars, and the majority of people within this movement have not been engaged in any types of violent actions. He added that troopers fatally shot an activist in the forest, and authorities have brought dozens of very flimsy domestic terrorism charges against Stop Cop City protesters this year, actions that he considers far worse. A lot of fucked up back and forth. Sanchez works for a voting rights nonprofit, said that even if the signature drive falls short, it will have made an important impact. I feel like we've exhausted all of our other options, aside from a full-on revolution. Ooh. Viva la revolution! Which I don't think we will need for this. There's a lot of obstacles in our way. If we only get 50,000, I still think it shows a real warning sign for politicians for the 2025 election. This is so tough because, yeah, if the election is in 2025, like, construction and things is already going to be underway. Like, if they bring in a new city council, that's not... How are they gonna... They would have to reverse, like, all the shit that's happening. Or, like, if this facility gets built, like, it would have to get turned into something else. And then also they need to replace all of the, environmental damage that they did. This is so whack. So then... So what's probably happening, I think, is a delay of some kind. Like, this is not coming across as like a standard, like they're checking to make sure signatures and like addresses are matched up. sounds like they're gonna do this thing where like you nitpick through it and they're gonna be like, oh, the signature doesn't quite match. They didn't dot their I. They dotted their I off to the right instead of directly above it, which is what their signature on file does. So we're gonna throw it out. Okay. So, and how the city council members and the clerk's office determine the form should be examined. Oh no! That's very strange that the city is going to validate it themselves. Typically, it would go to a third group, like the county. I don't like that. Oh man, that's going to be so bad. It's called for a transparent process. A statement 3 days after the city revealed its signature plan. She'd announced the type of signature matching the city officials have said they will not use. Yeah, but are we sure about that? Okay, Mayor Andre Dickens has no involvement in how they. Yeah, I really don't like the fact that it's basically they have to turn it into the city themselves to have it checked. Like, typically it would go to, like I said, like the county or something, and then it would make its way back to the city after the county verified stuff. But tossing a petition based upon inconsistent signatures is a widely discredited tool of voter suppression, voting advocates say. Yeah, no, because I literally just said that. Like, what they'll do is they'll be super picky about the signature that they have on file versus like what's on the petition. And even though it'll be like a 99% like accurate signature, like all the loops and all the little things are correct, the name and everything is spelled right, they'll be like, oh, well, you dotted an I weird. That's not gonna work. Um, which really sucks versus like validation where they validate your address or something to make sure that you're still on file and like living in Atlanta. Like that's a very different. The city of Atlanta would be using such a subjective and unreliable process is shameful and undermines the integrity of the city's validation procedure. More than 24 voting rights organizations, including Fair Fight, wrote into the city officials. Opponents fear the training center will lead to greater militarization of the police. Environment, yeah, we talked about this. I like how I don't like. I think it's funny how the way that they hit back is just that, like, oh, well, the cops have outdated facilities and they have no morale. Police morale is low, so hiring and retention is bad. Or maybe just being a cop sucks. Like, they have until September 23rd to turn in the 58,000 valid signatures, the equivalent of 15% of the registered voters. Huge protests inside City Hall. So basically, we're going to have to keep track of this, of how this goes. It's very interesting to see. So that's also possibly some of these RICO charges are happening because if these people were signature collecting, they might also use the RICO charges as a way to invalidate the signatures that they've collected because they'll be like, oh, a criminal, like that was a criminal collecting these, like that's not legitimate. Which is a big suck. A big suck indeed. I hope my breakdowns in Googling make sense. I mean, Let me check in on my guest. Oh god, so much hair. Hmm. Oh, Jesus. Hmm. Interesting. Memes. Oh my god, someone in the meme chat was like, "A cab, all cats are beautiful." And everyone's sharing the pictures of their little Pete's. I love it. Ah, lovely. Okay, I'm waiting for a few of them to get back to me about what time tonight they wanted to be on. Interesting. Okay, no, the Rico charges, like, it's gonna be super fucked up, and, like, if any of that sticks, it's not gonna just be a problem in Georgia. It's not gonna just be a problem in Atlanta. It's going to fuck up organizing all over the country. Because, the judicial system basically sets precedents, like, for itself. And even if it doesn't stick, the legal fees and things like that is essentially going to bankrupt whatever kind of fundraising like an organization has done. All done. Sorry, I shouldn't be playing with my hair while I'm eating. This one is my water cup. We also need to log into my Animal Crossing island and do my login for the day. But I can't stream from my Switch. We have a capture card, but it's not in here, and I don't have any of that shit set up on my laptop. Also, I keep hearing that, like, even if you have a capture card, you can't stream off of a Switch Lite, so I don't know. Sorry. But I think one of the I also need to get some like copyright free music or something. Like when I left to go feed my animals, playing music would have been really nice. But no. Copyright, DMCA, get struck, get bamboozled. Like I hope going through the Rico stuff kind of helps you see how ridiculous it is though. Like just by definition the charges that are coming forward don't fit organizing. And if you try to shove organizing into those compartments, yeah, it's going to change organizing as we know it. Big stretch. It's important to stretch. Drink your water and eat your food. Okay, I think the next topic, unless one of my guests joins, would be the UAW stuff. How does that sound? What do we think? Me's thinks. Me thinks that could be Gucci. What do you think? Don't mind me. Oh God, I'm so close to my fucking camera, jeez. Oh, I know real quick. Why don't I... Excuse me. Why don't I feed my Pokemon on Pokemon Sleep real quick? Excuse me. But yeah, get Pokemon Sleep if you have sleep issues. It's very similar to Pokemon Smile in the sense that like it's a game and you can get Pokemon and you interact with your Pokemon while you're doing like a health task. So Pokemon Smile has to do with brushing your teeth and Pokemon Sleep, has to do with sleeping. So you go to an island where the Snorlax are capable of radiating some kind of aura that makes Pokemon around them sleepy and like attract Pokemon around them to sleep. So you are helping the professor on this island. And you go to different sections of the island, but you're helping the professor in this island, study the Snorlaxes, make them strong, feed them, study the, almost like, not like a psychic wavelength, but study the aura that they're putting out. And then you capture Pokemon that they attract in the night while sleeping. And the better that like you sleep and take care of yourself, like going to bed on time to the time that you have registered on your phone, sleeping like a long amount of time, the better that the Snorlax also does in having its drowsy aura be strong. And every week you have a new Snorlax to study to make strong. So right now I'm feeding. Oh god, it's so bright. How do I make it not? Oh, also my own stream is pulled up in the corner. There we go. Oh, that's like my reflection of my. It's like the reflection of my fucking monitor. God damn, I need like a real camera. But you have a Snorlax. You can kind of see there. And you can see some of the Pokemon. But like you have Pokemon that like you capture and stuff as well. So, I have my Pokemon on my team that they help you collect like berries and ingredients and things to feed the Snorlax. Oh god, I do not have a lot of ingredients. So I made some food just now. Jesus fucking Christ, so bright. How do I calibrate that on my fucking computer to make it not? And I think there's ways to stream things off of your phone. I don't know. That's technology that I don't know how to fucks with. And I don't intend to fucks with. But now he ate food and got stronger. Yay. But you feed them 3 times a day, and it reminds you to eat your meals like those 3 times a day. Basically, like when you have a window of time to feed the Snorlax, and that's also like a recommended meal window for yourself. I like it. Except I have a sleeping disorder, so I don't always sleep the best. And so this helps a bit because it helps me like stay calm and like have goals for sleeping, but also sometimes, I just don't sleep well, and then so both I and my Snorlax don't do well, and then I don't attract a lot of Pokemon to our camp and to study. Um, and then you get evaluated at the end of every week, and I always get Fs. It's like, damn, bitch, sleep. Um, but yeah, Pokemon Sleep, it's really cute. Highly recommend. And then highly recommend Pokemon Smile as well. I have that. Except I tried to transfer its data over from my old phone to my new phone when I got a new phone, but I don't think it worked all the way, so I have to retry and transfer it. But I haven't gotten around to that, so I haven't been playing it for a bit. Like, well, since I got my new phone, which has been like a month and a half now. When I was working my contract, I bought myself a new phone because my old phone was old and broken. Big broken screen. Very sad. Very broken. Is anyone chilling for the subathon? No one's really in the chat either. What the fuck? Okay. I'm officially out of the coffee milk in this fucking cup that is red, but the screen makes look hot fucking pink red. No more milk coffee, milk. My body is sensitive, so I don't have a lot of caffeine because I'm sensitive to caffeine. So whenever I have coffee, it's basically 90% milk and a little bit of coffee and sugar and cream for like flavor. I like the taste of coffee. You know, I like, as long as it's not like really bitter or like weirdly like sour or something, like cold brew that's like steeped too long or anything. I like, so I like that. I like the unique flavors of coffee because it's like a weird nutty bean, like not always bitter, but it's got like very deep, rich flavor notes, and I don't really think you can find it in a lot of other stuff except maybe cocoa, like chocolate beans, like darker chocolates, but even still, it's very unique. And I don't like bitter things. Bitter is my least favorite flavor. I tend not to eat anything that's bitter, so I don't really like Brussels sprouts. But coffee, like I said, the notes of coffee and the way that it can be bitter is can be subtle, and it kind of enhances the coffee flavor. And then, like I said, if you add like sugar to it, it kind of counteracts the bitterness a little bit. So, oh god, I keep doing that, and then I just like lean into the fucking camera, like zoomed in. Jesus. But why don't we chit chat? Maybe UAW stuff? I'm very excited because UAW has already been like they started striking. They're starting with like strategic regional strikes. Like they didn't shut down all the plants immediately. They're basically slowly shutting down the plants in strategic locations like over time. So, and they're doing it in like a very like they aren't just walking out and like leaving everything a shit show to necessarily leave the company scrambling or make any unsafe conditions. They are properly shutting everything down and locking everything up. You know, literally locking stuff up and turning the lights off. And it's very nice. It's very nicely done. So, UAW strike. Let's fucking go. Oh, I like that Bernie Sanders is yelling at them. Fuck yeah. Productive talks with Ford marking day 2 of the strike. Yeah, United Auto Workers is the American Auto Workers Union, basically. I think they are tied in to an international auto worker union. Yeah, so yeah, there is an international aspect to it because it looks like they also have some representation in Canada. That's pretty cool. So I would like maybe a CNN article. That's NPR. Hot labor summer. Okay, so Washington Post is also very like they're owned by Bezos. So, oh, oh no. Fuck you. But it's very interesting because labor unions. Oh god, hold on. I gotta stretch again. Just kidding. This is just a sleeping stream. The subathon is napping. This is a napathon. A napathon. But there's older articles that you can see here where they are, voting to authorize the strike. We've read a lot of articles that talk about how so a lot of unions basically have changed in recent decades. Like they are becoming, because what happened when unions and stuff started dying and got shit on by Reagan and other unfortunate like anti-union environmental, not like environmental's not the word I'm looking for, maybe just environment, the vibes, but essentially, and also propaganda to the public to make the public anti-union and like not join unions and blame unions for things going wrong instead of CEOs and companies and such. Because we used to have like 30 or 40% of the country was unionized. And then a bunch of bullshit happened, but now it's like 10% or less of the population is unionized. So, first and foremost, join a union and get a union job. If the unions near you suck, join them and rank and file them, join them and make better with you and your friends. And find like-minded individuals within the union already and work your way up through the union in order to oust anybody that is in charge of the union that likes to suck corporate dick. That was a vulgar way of putting it, but that has been part of like unions' problems for a bit as well, is that instead of fighting for the workers like they're supposed to, they become a way for corporations to get their way because they basically buy off the people in the union, which is why like there were no strikes or people. Excuse me. Jeez, I'm so sorry if that audio is probably gonna peak. I should have muted. I'm so sorry. Oh, I think there's another one. Hold on. Oh, I muted that time. Fuck yeah. Aw, man. Fucking thing fell again. Am I streaming with my head cut off? Damn it. I just like sneezed a bunch and there was boogers, so it was gross. I had to blow my nose a bit. Um, Instead of unions helping workers, they became a bit like upper union management became more of an obstacle because they weren't doing their job, taking money from corporations that they're supposed to be helping their people, be represented to, and they're supposed to be fighting. Like unions are supposed to be, again, a way for people to come together and build community and, uh, have their rights. They switched to face cam. And, create working environments better for themselves. Because the dynamic of work as we know it, because workers aren't in a position where they make decisions. They just do things, and then they make decisions about some of the stuff around them, but not in the way that would be the most democratic. Like, it turns into people who have power, own capital, um, create companies, make all these decisions, and they do it. Oh shit, I need to do my Animal Crossing login. Do that later. And they do it in a way. Oh, let me also message. Dom said that he would also be willing to come back on. So hold on. It would basically be more Minecraft and talking about organizing and stuff again. Ooh, I could also check if the server is back on. I mean, he said he'd be willing to come on again, but I don't necessarily want to push that on him because, like I said, I already have the other guest. Okay. Interesting. Sorry, I got distracted. We were talking about union stuff a little bit, so we could talk about UAW. I mean, I think, I don't necessarily. There's YouTubers who have done like better history breakdowns about like union changes to unions over the decades from being like good to bad to kind of becoming good again. But basically, a lot of unions have like gotten sick of their electeds sucking. So they've been electing better people and have been electing people that don't suck corporate yick. So they now have had people in charge that are like pro strike, we're all getting raises, like low key, probably socialists. And they're very good at like using socialist rhetoric without using any of the like, ooh, trigger words that like scare people off, which is definitely a strategy I also tend to implement when talking with people, because that is the thing. If you just kind of define things and you don't say the big scary words like socialism or communism or um uh I don't know, rent control, uh then people kind of tend to like lean into and agree with you, which is very interesting because it goes to show just how much freaking, I guess, like propaganda and like I don't know, anti-socialist, like, Red Scare stuff. It's if you're gonna let a word or like what something is called make you hate something, like that's not. Please Google, open a book. So I respect that is though the way that they're going about it because they understand that so much of the country is still very like anti things that can help them and help the people around them, which is very unfortunate because I never really called myself a socialist, like not really, I guess, until the past year and like joining the DSA because basically like I was going and doing things and doing my own things and I didn't really care how to define, like I said, what the words were for things. I just defined the things as like I believe in people over profit and I think people should be able to have more decision making in every aspect of their lives, like in their workplace. I think that being involved in politics should be easier, democracy, people making choices, like being able to make decisions as long as they don't hurt yourself or the people around you. Uh, that kind of stuff. Like people having freedom to do the things that they want to do, again, as long as they don't hurt themselves or the people around them. And I don't think money should be the end all be all to make it so people can do things. Um, like a good example is like in the education system, because our education is for profit, you can have two identical students, like A students, maybe they both like play sports or do choir or something, and they have the exact same grades, exact same GDP, um, but and they both get accepted into a school, the exact same school, with the exact same program, the exact same major, minor, like everything, like mitigate, like accounting for, but like literally the only difference between them is maybe like their zip code, or one of them has money and one of them doesn't. Like they have rich parents or something, you know? They both qualified for the same kinds of scholarships, that sort of energy. Like, I don't think people that are exactly as capable as each other should have different outcomes in their capabilities or the things they can do just because one of them has money and one of them doesn't. Or one of them comes from money and one of them doesn't. Money's money and profit getting in the way of things. Like it doesn't make sense that because we built society. Like why are we building a society where we're creating structural harm and hurt to each other or to ourselves? Like if you want to frame it in like a specifically selfish way, like you are also getting hurt in the system. Okay? Um, but you, your neighbors, your family, your friends, like sure there's lucky people sometimes that have money as a cushion, or they make the right kinds of friends, or they live in an area or something with access to anyway. But basically I kept rolling up to shit, doing whatever I wanted to do and like helping and being a part of causes that I thought was important. And then the socialists kept showing up and I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck are you guys doing here? Hold on a second. And then I would say the things I'd believe in, and they'd be like, "Yeah, that's a part of like the definition of socialism." And I was like, "You sure about that, buddy? You fucking got me." So I don't know. Like I said, I'm in DSA and I'm in other groups and stuff like that. And so when people say socialism, and I define it as like traditional socialism is defined as like worker owned, like state. like worker owned, or the workers owning the means of production, but like that's theory talk. The way that that breaks down even more is people having democracy and having a say in their jobs more, which means that like pay and money and resources get distributed more evenly and fairly, and everyone's taken care of, you know? Um, oh, the education was a good example, but also profit, you know, getting in the way of healthcare. Like two dudes in their 50s get cancer, um, the exact same kind of cancer, and one of them lives because they can afford treatment because they come from a family of oil money versus and you know inherited mommy and daddy's oil fracking barony business versus like this dude's the regular everyday guy's just a mechanic, which is an important thing we need, because that's the other thing is like a job exists because it's inherently something that needs to be done, you know? Because if not, the person that's asking for the thing to be done would probably just be doing it themselves. Like either you do stuff yourself or you try to outsource it. So when you outsource it, you need to make sure that those people that you are outsourcing things to are taken care of just as well as if were you would want if you were doing the thing. If you had to do that thing yourself, you know? And I feel like a part of that would be, again, having democracy in the workplace or whatever. So, bringing democracy back to unions, the phrasing that I always hear with that in the labor movement is like is being militant, or like the militarization, which is really weird framing because we don't like the militarization of things like cops and stuff. I really wish there was a different words. But they mean it. I think it's because it's an old traditional-ish way of saying like be the structures and I don't know, being hard asses about democracy and like having systems in place to make sure all the union members have a say and stuff. Um, so now though they have like presidents and things coming forward and leaders of the union that are listening to what the people want to do. So they're putting forward like strike authorization votes, and they're putting forward really big requests in parts of their contract, you know, to like catch up people's pay because pay has not been keeping up with inflation or production um, for literal decades. Like there are studies into the math about how wages, like minimum wages, should be in like the mid 20s in most places. Um, Everyone basically should be getting a raise. Like, but what's been happening is like only higher ups like have been taking that money, and now they make $1 million jillion, and the people who helped with the production don't get anything. Am I tired? Am I getting sleepy? Am I being baby? Why happen? Do I need more caffeine? It's kind of late though. If I have more caffeine, I feel like I'll get freaking bamboozled. Nope, nope, nope. I would like to. Uh, any more? What is my dog doing? Oh, yeah. Oh gosh. Okay. Hold on, my dog is. What is it? You want uppies? You come up here. I'm literally live. You wanna come up? Bruh. Bruh. I might have to go get her. She's very small. She can't always get on the bed on her own, even with her little steppy stool. Wait, 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 wait. Yeah, you can do it. Yeah. Yeah, good job. Come here. Oh my god, you did it. Never mind, she did it. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh my god, are you gonna lick my face? Thank you. Is that... Are your licks gonna be ASMR? Oh my gosh, thank you. Are you licking my chin? Oh my god, thank you. Hi, yeah, you want snuggles? It's okay. We can snuggle. We can snuggle while we talk about politics. This is Serby. She's 4.5 pounds and has 3 legs, so that's why even with her little steppy stool, she sometimes as if she's getting on the bed. Yeah, you wanna say hi? She is 5.5. She will turn 6 in December. She is my little shadow, you know, she is my... You know how animals will all like choose their people that they like super extra bond with? The cats both chose my partner, and then this little fluff ball chose me. So, what are you doing? What do you want? What do you want? You want over here? Oh, is she done? No more snuggles? Rude. Rude. Bro, what do you... So, she's always here. Like, when I'm streaming, like, you might hear her growl or boof a little bit, but, um, um, but she's typically pretty good at being quiet when I ask her to be, and at hanging out. I think I will do some kind of like videos or shorts at some point for all of my animals, just kind of like introductory like things for them, or I really like seeing different like short video and like TikTok trends that have to do with pets, and I kind of also want to do some of them sometimes. Oh yeah, she plopped. Okay, she just wanted to snuggle for a little bit, basically. She'll do this thing where she wants attention, and then she also, when I'm streaming and stuff like that, she tends to like be by my feet, and then she'll do that. She'll come over, demand attention, and then leave, which I respect. I respect a lot. Um, but yeah, I think I will have maybe like some shorts and then maybe like a video or something that I film sometime where I just talk about all the animals and their backstories and stuff. That way it's not just some kind of weird mass compilation where I have to clip a bunch of stuff from a bunch of streams. except for like, you know, animal interruptions. I think a pet interruption compilation would be really funny, but I'm not gonna. Also, I think it'd be funny to like grab screenshots of stuff like that just happened, and that kind of stuff will probably go up on the channel Instagram. Oh God, my phone is like blowing up, and it's not from my guest. It's from it's meme chats, but it's also people asking about volunteering stuff. So, like, oh, do you have access to this thing? Or, oh, are you able to do this? Hey, could you consider doing this? Like, like I said yesterday, there is always something to be done. And I do mean that in a good way. And I do mean that in a make friends, figure out what really needs to be done for the community. Because that's the thing, different communities need different things at different times. Like, there genuinely is, like, regional autonomy is super important. There is not, I really don't like blanket policies that can work in one region but cause problems in another region, you know? And I think sometimes that comes up in organizing with national organizations. Oh, jeez. Oh, that's weird. Sorry, one of the orgs I was in was talking about how if I wanted access to a certain thing, I was gonna have to link a personal account to it, and I was like, excuse me? No? Who the fuck? Who the fuck is you? Think I'm just gonna put myself out there like that? Sorry. I, I say as I am literally streaming. I know we were in the middle talking about UAW stuff, but I also kind of want to play Animal Crossing, but I can't stream that. So I could sit here and talk and play Animal Crossing. Um, I did also say I would stream Abzu, but once I start that, I'm not gonna want to stop that. So I wanted to do that either like before or after a guest came on. Um, but a few of my guests, like, because of, like I said, some of the different marches and things that have popped up this weekend because of the Seattle cops doing murder yet again situation, uh, you know, and then one of my friends also got hit with like a 10-hour shift last minute, and they were gonna come on and talk about local organizing a bit. And again, that's why labor stuff is important. Because if you're in a union, they can't do shit like that. Just, oh, you have to suddenly work a 10-hour shift. Let me grab my Switch real quick. It's like right over there. I won't mute though. I will still talk. Do do dee do dee do. I don't have not copyrighted music. Do do dee do dee do. Ah! A bowl, my fucking empty pasta bowl. I I've also got some fucking trail mix. I got to grab my Switch. I can play some Animal Crossing. Just a little bit of Animal Crossing. Even though I cannot stream the Animal Crossing, I have a problem. I don't have a problem. You just have to log in every day to keep your streak high, to keep your streak up, to get your fucking Nook Mile tickets. Yeah, this is my Switch Lite. I named it Berry. I bought it off of a friend secondhand. And then I bought really cute accessories for it, including beans. Look, beans. I got beans. I got a floral case. I have a carrying case for it that I got all this stuff off of Etsy. I know Etsy has its problems, but everything has its problems and you have to pick your battles, and I still like to prioritize buying from small shops. Also, sometimes you can find a shop on Etsy and then they have another website or something you can buy off of. It's really funny because one of the Animal Crossing groups I'm in on Facebook, they were talking about like there's not like socialism in Animal Crossing, but they make sure that like your needs are met, housing wise, and they make it like it's easy to get a house, it's easy to expand a house, it's easy to get food, it's easy to um get money, like you work, you find things to sell, you work on your house, and then sometimes you get random gifts because presents are flying through the sky, I'm assuming that's like the equivalent of a government social safety net. I don't know. Oh yeah, and then I had a new villager move into the island. Their name is Freckles. They're a duck, and they're pink, and they have freckles and like big cheeks, and they're so cute. I had a new person move to the island basically today, 'cause I found them last night. And by found them, I mean they came to my campsite. And basically, I've been very particular about when to have villagers move to my island, so I don't always have like plots available. Because I also don't want them to like autofill. So I didn't have like all 10 plot. I don't have all 10 plots ready basically. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, and then oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh, and then and the nice thing about being in the Facebook groups is that like you have people to regularly play with and like invite to your island and stuff. So you have people to give and get and pass supplies around and stuff too. No, I'm not gonna like play. I'm gonna do my login real quick. But I also need to have my character change. Is it just me? I have my characters change their clothes every day. I mean, I did kind of just have my character change technically for today already, but I want to change again. Hmm. But no, I do enjoy games that have like different. I don't only play games that are like, because you know how gaming can be like escapism, right? So it's like, how much of a game do you play for I don't know, how much of a game do you play and then like you want it to be the ideals that you have, for escapism, but also if you play a game and it's completely against your ideas, but in a game, you're the winner. So to see yourself thrive in a world not built for you. Um, I think are very interesting aspects to games. Okay. I'm almost to the thingy I have to log into in order to get my Nook Mile points. And then after that, here I'll go like this, so it's very obvious that I'm gaming. Um, after doing that, we'll go back to the UAW stuff. But I figured right now, since there's not really viewers, consistently, people keep popping in and out, that I can chill and rest my throat. And I was young Animal Crossing character. Also, I'm very new to playing Animal Crossing. I've been wanting to play it for forever. So then when I was able to buy my Switch again, because I was working that contract, I could play it. Like, I remember playing Animal Crossing, I don't know which one, when I was younger, but not that, like, I played it, but friends played it and I watched. It was, maybe, it could have been, like, the GameCube one. I don't know. Oh, I put my character in a silly outfit to show you all. And let me also get money, because okay, because I sold some stuff in, like, even when the shop's not open, you can put stuff in a drop-off box and then it'll be sold and you'll get the money the next day. Yeah, look. Okay, because it's nighttime in my game, I put my character with like a silly glowing headband. So I put them in like a green top to match the glowing headband, which I got because there's like a fireworks event that happens every August, I guess. Like every week of August, they do like digital fireworks like shows, and it's super cute. Oh, that's pretty cute. Okay, I got my login. And we should be all good to go. Okay, I got my login. Animal Crossing break. It was an Animal Crossing break to rest my throat and get my login and show off my adorable Switch. Oops. I accidentally double clicked a thing. Cool. Okay. You know, I wouldn't be doing this if people who would come in and out would be active in the chat. Ask questions. Hang out. Suggest topics. No, it's fine. I'm not here to force anything. I will only bully you so much. Okay? Will I bully you? Yes. Will I bully you a lot? Depends. Teasing is my friend language. So you will be bullied just a little, you know? Just a smidge. Just for fun. Okay, so I did the Animal Crossing login, resting my throat. I think we can go back into diving into the UAW stuff. How does that sound? How does that sound, chat? Ooh, people stopping by in and out. Motherfuckers. Hello, welcome to the subathon. Please talk in the chat. I just played Animal Crossing because people were here, but they weren't talking. I was like, okay, I'm gonna rest my throat. I had been talking for a bit, and I needed to get my Animal Crossing login for the day. When you hit like a 7-day and beyond streak on Animal Crossing, and you do like your login and your check-in to the like Nook ATM, you get like the most amount of Nook miles for logging in, which is like 300. So I can get 300 a day. So that times 7, you know, is 2,100. Yeah, I can do math. I can do math. I can do math. You know, I did say that I would like never do math on stream, so that's all you get is a nice easy 7 times 300. I got that math anxiety, dude. Oh yeah, but welcome to variety content, political undertones, googling stuff that is happening in not like the news, but like politics, organizing. I just did a whole section on like Rico stuff coming out of Georgia. And that's why my throat hurt a bit. Lots of talking. But yeah, no, the subathon, I think, and I'm gonna have guests. I'm literally waiting for one of them to get back to me. I don't know why. I don't know why they're delayed. Hmm. So, mm, okay. Sorry, I had to read through that check-in. I don't. Oh, I also need to make sure that my phone does not die. Cool. Okay, let's go back to UAW stuff. Methinks? What do you think? Oh, I maybe keep scaring the lurkers. Because I'm like, hey, come talk. Oops. It's okay, friends. Sorry. I don't know how many, like, dips and, like, the ebb and flow of stream and of existence, to be. If we go back to web surfing. Oh, wait. Is NBC really doing live updates? How live? Because that says it was updated today. That's very interesting. Seven hours ago. That's interesting. So 8 hours ago, 9 hours ago, 9 hours ago. This is kind of a nice. Huh, I kind of like that. So that's really interesting. But basically, like I was saying a bit before, so now there's cool people in leadership in the union, right? And they're being very strategic about how they want to strike. Like they voted to approve a strike. It was like a 99%, yes. Um, basically, very similar to the Teamsters UPS strike. That was also very like a high yes percentage. They held the vote and they, are letting the union decide. So, United Auto Workers on strike, a lot of what strikes are like oriented around right now is like pay, safety concerns, staffing, because what's really one of the easiest ways to make profit is to lower your labor costs. Like your labor costs, rightfully so, should be the largest portion of running a business because the workers are the blood of the business, the blood in the body of the business, making sure everything happens. So you should make sure that that part of the body is taken care of. They make things happen. Um, so it's very interesting. Oh, so a lot of like pay cuts and things have like been happening, and then also like making sure to have raises that are tied to inflation, because that's another big thing. Inflation is supposed to be like on average like 2 to 3% a year. So that's what you should have as like a minimum raise in order to match inflation and make sure you don't basically essentially get a pay cut. So when you want raises, it should actually be like 5 to 7 to 10%, you know, so that you are getting an actual raise on top of inflation. But on top of that, inflation has been so fucky-wucky the past few years because of COVID, because of supply issues due to the Ukraine invasion, the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, you know, that war. Because of fucky-wucky things that happen in the Middle East. There's a lot of goods that get supplied out of there, and there's always something happening in the Middle East, unfortunately. Um, and same things with just like anytime something happens anywhere, it fucks with the supply chain because, like I said, a lot of like global capitalism and making sure and countries taking advantage of other countries, you know, involves shitting on South America, Africa, parts of Asia, that kind of, those vibes, you know? Like we know. We know. Oh, I have trail mix. It's from Target. This one's my favorite one from Target. Hold on, this is important. Um, this is my favorite trail mix from Target. It's got what it says there. Milk chocolate covered peanuts and raisins and yogurt covered peanuts and raisins, and also there's some plain peanuts and raisins. All around 10 out of 10. Like good stuff. I really like there's a trail mix at like Fred Meyer, you know, Kroger. Um, it's also really good and it comes in a big bag. It's not as expensive as this, but it is similar. Uh, I don't shop at Fred Meyer like Kroger as much as I used to because again, like union busting assholes. You gotta pick your battles. It's Target's not perfect. Kroger's not perfect. Walmart fucking sucks though. They're like the worst of treating their shit poorly. Is a week from Monday's latest. Oh god. Um, I'm gonna nibble on trail mix. So, sorry, what were we talking about before I got distracted by trail mix? Ow, I just hit my fucking hand. Jesus. Ow. Um, oh, like their demands, duh. That was a long fucking pause. Jesus. My bad. The, like, those are the demands. And then keep in mind, these are giant auto industry companies that we bailed out during, like, the '08 recession. Um, gave corporate subsidies to. Oh, ah, I just dropped trail mix. Um, that has gotten a lot of taxpayer funding over the years, and what they did with that funding, instead of making sure workers were also getting paid well, was they pocketed a lot of it at like executive CEO and like shareholder levels. Like these are people that those positions make millions of dollars, you know? And so if people working like dangerous jobs in auto production plants, like building a car is dangerous. Building things is dangerous, you know? Because you're running the machinery and you're dealing with all those raw materials. They do not make that good of money, and they have not gotten raises throughout most of their like most recent contract. So whenever contracts expire, it's like renegotiation time. Okay, wait, I have to put this down or I'm gonna fucking eat it all. Jeepers. What if I just ate? What if I just ate that whole thing? Yeah, please subscribe. I will eat a shit ton of trail mix every time someone subscribes. No, but basically, a lot of the things they're guaranteeing is, or a lot of things that they are trying to negotiate for. I think they should go, I hope they go through the math in this, but they almost essentially want back pay. Like they want like a huge pay increase to match or to make up for the fact that they haven't been getting large pay increases. And then they want like large standard pay increases over the next, few years of the contract. Let me wiggle and get cozy. Oh, I probably just like shoved my face into the camera again. But yeah, so workers on Friday walked out of three plants, one from big each three automakers, Missouri, Michigan, and Ohio, and picketers were met with cheers from sign-waving union members. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. So that's like I said, that was what I was talking about earlier. Basically, like at midnight, they like very nicely just like turned stuff off and put things away and made sure it wasn't a safety hazard to like walk out of the plant, and then they just locked it up and left it be. A very respectful way to strike. They could have broken shit on the way out, like they could be dicks about they could do that property damage over no people damage. Um but it looks like that's the strategy going forward, is that they'll just slowly keep shutting down more and more plants and then go back to the bargaining table, and then if nothing happens at the bargaining table, they will go back and shut down more plants, and then yeah, so only less than 13,000 members are like actively striking right now, because what it is GM's plant in Missouri has 3,600 members striking. Ford's Michigan assembly plant in Wayne, Michigan has about 3,300 strikers. And Stellantis Toledo assembly complex in Ohio is where 5,800 people are striking. Damn. These were chosen carefully by the UAW and reflect a strategy that will ensure a large number of suppliers and dealers are affected while reducing the number of UAW workers that, at least initially, are on strike and receiving strike pay. Ooh, said Patrick Anderson, the CEO of Anderson Economic Groups. I don't know what that is, but he named it after him. Yeah, no, it's very. They're not going like hard and fast. They're not like immediately having shit hit the fan. They're being very particular and strategic about it, and I respect that so much. Okay, so yeah, that's the other thing. Like, fuck some of these companies. These companies that are getting caught like actively laughing and insulting workers and striking. Like, fuck that whole, like, the thing with, like, the writers and actors strike, that fucking producer that was just, or not producer, but like production company, uh, or like streaming service or whatever fucking, uh, you know, people that they're fighting, who was just like, oh, we'll just wait them out until they start losing their homes. Like, fuck you, you evil dickhead ass. Ugh, awful. Um, like we're gonna start. Like this is a nice strike, and the SAG-AFTRA, like WGA, like the writers and actors, that's a nice strike. Like nothing too crazy has been happening. But basically, demands for increased wages, benefits, and job protections for its members. All three automakers have reporting record or near record profits. The union is trying to recapture many benefits they've been forced to give up more than a decade ago when the companies were cash starved and on the brink of bankruptcy. Yeah, so I think it was around like '08 crash. Um, this was a big part of it, was that like our US made production, companies, like keeping jobs in the US, like that kind of energy, that was like what was at risk, was just like, oh no, if these companies shut down, everybody's gonna lose, all these people are gonna lose all their jobs, and that like really sucks. We gotta bail out these companies, not for the companies, but for the people. Like they framed it for the people, and then the companies proceeded to take the money and fucking suck. Um, Automakers offered the union double-digit pay hikes, but it was not enough to meet union negotiation demands. I've got to look out for the people that are coming up behind me right now. Scott Fox, striking worker at Ford Michigan's assembly plant in Wayne, Michigan, told CNN. In a statement, GM said it was disappointed but would continue to bargain. We'll bargain better, bitch! Like, that's the thing. They have the money. They have the money. Cry about it. That's so interesting. GM is like, "Oh, but we gave you some nice stuff," and then UAW was like, "Fuck you, we're striking. We will continue to bargain in good faith with the union to reach an agreement as quickly as possible for the benefit of our team members, customers, suppliers, and communities across the US," GM said. Bargain better, bitches. General Motors CEO Mary Barra said she was frustrated with the auto workers' strike that began overnight and said her company has a very compelling offer to the union. Is it though? That's the other thing. Their idea of a compelling offer is like, here's a bag of Skittles, and now you get a little more health care. Woohoo. Like, no. We're not stupid. We see how much money you make, and that money comes from, that's the thing, the money comes from people working. The money is there. The money needs to be distributed across the company to all levels of people working, not just higher ups. Like the money is there and it needs to be shuffled around better. Like that's what this kind of energy is about. I think we have an offer that resonates with our people, Barra told CNN. You sure about that? The offer to pay increases up to 21%. So it's not even everyone gets 21%, it's up to. Get fucked. Job security and healthcare. You sure about that, bud? You sure about healthcare? The CEO. We need UAW leadership to get back to the table. Oh my god, no. I want to see more. I want to see more of the numbers. Oh yeah, here's a good example. Um, So the CEO, Barra, has been pushing against the union's charge that the workers are looking for fair pay increases that would nearly mirror her own pay increases in recent years. Pointing to profit sharing for employees has hit record high levels the past few years. She said the union's demands should be more realistic and not total more than $100 billion, which is more than double of GM's market cap. Shut the fuck up. So they're literally just like, hey, we want what you got. And she was just like, but also when companies mean like profit sharing, it's that thing where they like give workers stocks that you can't realistically do anything with, to then make you also invested in the stock market. Because the stock is like weird fake money bullshit. It's a really bad way to put it, and some fucking stockbroker bro is gonna see that and be like, what the fuck? No, but that's why they got like, well, you know how they got rid of pensions and they just do like 401ks and they give you stocks and stuff, and then they're just like, oh, just make sure the company is in a good spot when you leave, and then you sell all of your stock back to us. And then it's like, that's not consistent. And that's not money to work with now. That's money to work with in the future. Like it's so fucking stupid. Like I don't I could probably go on like a whole ass rant about the stock market, but I'm not going to. But just know that I personally think it's fake as fuck. Um and that like investment in like business creation and stuff shouldn't revolve around stock market bullshit. Um But and then Stellantis has put their company in contingency mode. Oh my God, engage in a response. I love how these companies are like, no, it's the UAW. They're being so fucking mean to us. Um, that's so fucking hilarious. Okay, so oh, I love this as well. I also, you know what I really appreciate about the UAW leadership as well, though, is they're very good at calling out the bullshit. Like, literally, right here, just like a quote of so Ford CEO told CNN late Thursday that the company couldn't afford all of the union's demands when UAW President Shawn Fain early Friday then told CNN that the Ford CEO's claims were a joke. Like, that's the nicest way for him to be like bullshit. But oh my God, I would fucking love I want the unions to swear more. I would fucking love it if they were just like, that's bullshit and you know it. You piece of fucking shit. You make tens of millions of dollars every year. And you've been making tens of millions of dollars for multiple years. So, eat our entire ass. We're going on strike. I would fucking love that. Okay, you have no idea. The strike is unprecedented, but is less extensive than it had been expected only 2 days ago, when it appeared all 145,000 UAW members at the three companies could be hitting the picket lines. Would have been the nation's largest strike of active workers in 25 years. I mean, I think they will, though. Every single day, it seems like they're going to just shut down more and more plants. Keep the companies guessing. And it's very interesting because it sounds like the companies were also not expecting any plants to stay open. I think it's a sign that they're going to ramp up the pressure on us. It's a very unconventional way of negotiating and striking. I think he's doing a good job of creating confusion. And that was a quote by Jeff Schuster, the global head of automotive global data, an industry consultant. Damn, I need to be an industry consultant for, I don't know, being silly. Consultants make money because they're just like, hey, I know what I'm talking about. Pay me to talk about what I know what I'm talking about. I would also, I need like a lefty, like sugar daddy, sugar mommy, sucrose, glucose guardian, situation. Just pay me money, and I'll go out and keep doing random organizing stuff. Um, that's that's me consulting. I will continue to do random organizing for whatever amount of money. It's very interesting. If we need to, so see, yeah, this is what I was talking about. If we need to go all out, we will. We must show the companies that if you're ready to join the strike at a moment's notice, and we'll show the world that our fight is a righteous fight. Yes! And the thing is, I'm so hyped because I've been hyped and I will go to picket lines and do what's basically called like solidarity support. Like even though I'm not striking, I want to go out and help and like add a body to the situation. So like when you do solidarity striking, your job is literally like you should immediately go and let me switch to okay. So you want to immediately go and find the strike captain and be like, "Hey, I'm here for like solidarity support. Are there any particular signs you want me to hold? Are there any supplies that you want me to go get? And like if you have a car or something, are there supplies like water bottles or something you want me to go get and come bring to the picket line? Like you basically go there and you ask what they need help with. Um, and it's a very good way to, be involved in strikes and take some of the burden off of the people, planning and actually striking and, um, so they can do their chants and stuff. And then you can also ask about chants, if there's anything that you should memorize or, um, help with yelling. You don't have to lead anything. The most common thing I do because I can't drive and like go pick up supplies or anything is like sign holding, and then once people go pick up supplies and bring it, I will help with distribution. That's what I've done a few times at picket lines. But I mostly hold signs and like be cute. No. But no, it's fun and it's good and it's a great way to be involved, and also it helps, like I said, community building and networking and making friends, and it's a great way because when you build bridges and you support each other, then you're all helping each other with all kinds of things. Like if you're going out and helping on a picket line, then um maybe when some of those people you picketed with have time, they'll be able to go out and go like door to door knocking on an initiative that you're helping with or something. Um it opens doors for everyone to have opportunities to do everything because like I said, there's always something that needs to be done. So that's why it's important to have multiple groups and to build coalitions and have people coming together to do this stuff. It's very cool. It's very important. So I had signed solidarity support, like strike cards for the Teamsters strike, but that didn't happen, like the Teamsters UPS strike. And I have signed for UAW stuff, but up here in Seattle, we don't really have like auto production stuff, but I do think there is a UAW group here because I have to double check because like Seattle, like we're known for like Boeing, so that's like plane production stuff, and that's a different union than like the auto industry union. But the nice thing though, like I said, being in an org is that I don't have to keep track of everything myself. I have made friends that are more involved in labor, and like the DSA chapter for instance has like a labor, working group. So I can always just talk to friends on that and be like, "Hey, what's coming up? I have availability." I want to help with the thing. Like I said, I was going to help with homegrown stuff. But then I arrived and I think they had changed the plan and I didn't know because I wasn't. Also, though, when I found my phone, I did check and I didn't see anything in the group chat. So I think instead of a walkout, they just decided to not open the shop. And there's still actively picket lines happening. I think right now in the Kirkland location of Homegrown, Mercer Island still. I think I'll go to that sometime. Mercer Island's just a pain to get to because like you have to drive to Mercer Island. There's not really public transport to Mercer Island. Because it's full of like NIMBYs, so not in my backyards type people. That has to do with like housing and public infrastructure most of the time. But the the so I hope to do some UAW stuff though, but I think mostly I'm gonna be helping with homegrown stuff. But I am also helping with some other local like a minimum wage and like renters' rights campaigns that are happening in a few different cities across South King County. So we'll see. And I've helped with Starbucks union stuff before as well, especially when I first joined DSA, but oftentimes a lot of that stuff happens up in Seattle and I can't always get to that. 'Cause again, disabled, no drive. And carpooling does happen, but there's a lot of the people helping with Starbucks stuff, none of them really live down by me. So carpooling has been a bit tough. So I often will take the train up, but it's like 40 minutes to where most of the active, like where the unionized stores are at. It's like 30 to 40 minutes. It's very fun. I went to the like Starbucks headquarters is in Seattle in like the Sodo district, which is like a warehouse district. And I went to a like I don't know how to describe it. It was like a rally, there wasn't really marching, but you just stay in one location and you talk shit and you hold signs. Um, I went to like a rally outside of Starbucks headquarters. That was really cool. Um, I made a sign that said Howard Schultz, more like Coward Schultz. Um, that was really fun. But anyway, so oh yeah, I recommend following like Starbucks Workers United stuff on social media to get Starbucks update stuff. Sorry, that was a big, not really like a big distraction, but it was definitely like I was just talking about solidarity stuff. Um, it's very interesting. It's very interesting how Ford is also framing things because they're insisting. So here's the thing, companies will insist that they're bargaining in good faith, but like not really. Those are just like empty words. Like they say that and then like when we get information about how bargaining went, it was just them saying a bunch of like, no, no, fuck you, we can't afford that, well, this is stupid, why would you suggest that type energy. So I don't, statements from the company like you always have to take with like multiple grains of salt, and honestly a lot of times they are bullshit because again you have to consider the power dynamic of like these large corporations versus the union. um oh no, they're crying about their 57,000 UAW. Ford workers are trying to get rewarded with this contract. Ford's like, don't strike because striking workers only receive 500 a week strike benefit from the union, and that's a fraction of the wages you would be earning by staying on the job. And bitch, that's part of the sacrifice. And then they're like, oh no, profit sharing checks will be decimated. Okay, that's the other thing. So Ford does a profit sharing check instead of stocks? Or what is that? Is this a thing where they're like, we give you 0.001% of our shit? So it's okay, so it looks like yes, okay, offers and counter offers. Great. This is what I was wanting. Okay. So the union strike went on strike. Okay, offers from companies of raising hourly wages as much as 20% over the life of the contracts, with a top existing hourly pay of 32.32. Those offers would have taken the senior-most auto workers to the base pay of more than 80,000 a year, not including overtime or profit sharing bonuses. More. Give them more. Give them more. That's the thing. Like, and give them more. This is also like super technical work, like, and dangerous. The union started negotiations demanding an immediate 20% raise and 4 additional raises of 5% each during the lifetime of the contract. So 20 now and then 20 over the time of the. Fuck yeah. It lowered those pay demands late in the negotiations, though apparently not enough to close the gap to the automakers' offers. There were other ambitious demands that meant to reverse concessions that the union agreed to in 2007 and 2009 when Ford was nearly out of cash, and GM and Chrysler were hurtling towards a bankruptcy and a federal bailout. Yeah, the '08 stuff. I was right. I remembered. I was a child, but I remember the drama around it. Okay. The top on the union's hit list of past concessions was the demands to end a lower tier of pay and benefits for workers hired since 2007. Those workers can now achieve the same top hourly pay as more senior workers. It can take them 8 years in the company to reach that level. Jesus! That's so long! Yeah, fuck 'em. Yes, demanding the return to traditional pension plans for those workers hired since 2007 instead of just a 401k plan that they now have, as well as retiree healthcare coverage in post-2007 hires that the post-2007 hires don't receive but are more senior employees still enjoy. Yes, yes. Traditional pension plans, yes. 401ks are not as good. It's just a way to get people to be like, oh, the stock market. Like, it's not. The union is demanding a return to cost of living adjustments, COLA, to protect them from higher prices. The union lost COLA in the 2007 contract. The union argued that because of inflation, real wages have fallen in recent years. Even as the companies post record and near record profits, automakers CEO pay climbed up to 40%. Car prices also soared to all-time highs. Oh my god, yes. Give me the fucking math. I am so here for it. Shit on these companies. Break out the math. Take them for fucking everything. Like, we're not stupid. We look at the numbers. We look at the math. I don't know who the fuck you think you are, but you ain't shit. Ooh, wants to end forced overtime. That's good. My hot fucking take, um, besides just the 4-day work week, like I definitely think, yeah, shorter work weeks. It's not even a hot take, but I personally think that like people should be able to survive and thrive and live good lives only working like 25 to 30 hours a week. Like everyone. For so many reasons. And also having super low hours thresholds to be able to survive on. Um, and I feel like people's shifts should only be like 4 to 6 hours, and then you just have more shift changes throughout the days in order to have like 8 to 10 hour days. Then you just bring in a lot of people. Like, um, that's just me personally. But I also say that with the experience as a disabled person that like Like I can't work full time for medical reasons. And it's so crazy when you're told that because then your doctors are just like, yeah, you're fucked. You can't work, I can't work 40 hours a week. My body will not allow. I don't want to get into my health stuff right now. But and there's all kinds of disabilities where like that's a thing, like where you also I just think that your regular average everyday person shouldn't be working 40 hours a week. That's a lot. I think people deserve more time to do other things. Um, so to have oh, my glasses are all funky again. How did they get all ick? Here we go. So um but that would allow like um many disabled individuals to still be able to have a bit more independence. Um and just have people enjoy their time more and have more work-life balance and blah 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 blah. So I I hate overtime as like just a concept, like personally. Um so the fact that forced overtime is a thing, like in a lot of different jobs really drives me bonkers. The union wants to limit or end the use of temporary workers who are paid roughly half of what a senior worker are paid. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's basically like they'll just like have a bunch of little baby interns. So yeah, the contract that expired Thursday. That was the other thing, to be honest. This had snuck up on me because for some reason I thought that it was closer to the end of the month that everything was happening. Like I thought it was gonna be like the 20 something, but nope, it had been the 15th. Like it's now, it's happening. Um, yeah, no more of that. Um, it's pushing for more time off, including raising the idea of a 4-day, 32-hour work week without a drop in pay. Yes. Yes. I am so here for the 32-hour 4-day work week. Uh like movement, and then like I said, I feel like it could even go further where it could be 30 hours, not 32, um or like 25 or 28 or whatever, like less than 30 hours, because people want to do stuff, don't get me wrong, people want to put time into things that they feel are, you know meaningful, and work and do things that they enjoy. And people should be able to, survive on that and thrive. Not just survive, like thrive, like live good, happy, fulfilled lives where they can travel and experience, our beautiful blue planet and meet new people and eat good food and spend time with friends and family and do things that make them happy. I think that we should be building a world where everyone gets to be happy, like literally everyone, all, 8 billion of us are happy. And like, yes, I genuinely think that's possible. And there's all kinds of ways to go about it. But the first steps to it is to stop putting profit before people. Because often that is what it is. It's like, oh, why can't we do this thing? And it's like, well, because profit will go down. And so people will be happy. Who gives a fuck? The numbers aren't real. The money's not real. Like, sorry. Um, Beyond issues of pay and benefits, the biggest issues underlying these talks is the union's concerns about job losses and plant closings. By the union's count, the three automakers have closed 65 plants so far this century due to the combination of automation, outsourcing, and the loss of market share to non-union automakers. Yep. Yep, 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 yep. Yep. Yes. Yes, that is also Yep, these are all good concerns. These are all good and valid. I agree, and I won't get into the nitty-gritties. The union is concerned that automakers plan to invest tens of billions of dollars to convert from traditional gasoline-powered cars to a lineup of all-electric vehicles, and it will cost them more jobs in the future. Because that's the thing. There have to be systems in place to allow the old workers to be able to also transition their skills and their work and capabilities into the things we are transitioning to. So it is good to be pushing to electric vehicle production. But that means we need to prioritize the people who were building our gasoline productions to learn how to also do the electric production. We cannot build society in a way that leaves people behind. No, it's good to be transitioning and rebuilding and changing. Yes, having change and growth is so important, but we cannot do it in a way where it will cause harm because we're abandoning people in the process. It takes fewer hours of labor to assemble EVs than gas-powered cars due to EVs having fewer moving parts. The automakers are racing to build a slew of plants to assemble massive EV batteries that will be powering new cars, but they are planning on paying significantly lower wages than the wages paid to the UAW workers at engine and transmission plants that would be at risk from the shift to EVs. Yep. So that's the thing. That's also part of the problem of why we never switched um to green and renewable things sooner, because the large, gas powered everything was trying to find a way to do it in a way to still make money and do it in a way to save money. So that's why they're now they want to start moving to green and efficient things and do things we should have done decades ago, but they're trying to do it in a way where they can still save money. It's so fucky wuck. Um, so yeah, the strike just happened because, yeah, failed to cinch a new deal. Yep, by the deadline of 11:59 p.m. on Thursday. I can't wait to just watch more and more and more. Oh, we're expecting a paywall, not our style. Aw, that's nice. We're on a mission to create a more informed. I will donate maybe later. I don't have cash right now to donate to stuff. So currently less than 9% of UAW members at the 3 companies are actively striking. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. The money is there. Our cause is righteous. The world is watching. Fuck yes, it is, dude. Okay. What about, yeah, Dan, oh no. Fain did not rule out eventually having all the union workers at the big 3 automakers walk out of the job at once. Yeah, no, I think it's going to be a slow trickle, and then eventually he'll just be like, fuck it, do it. Yeah, they're struggling. If they're struggling to support their families, what? Interesting. Also, I think it's nice that Biden has already stated that there's not going to be any intervening. I think part of the reasons why there was intervention in the railroad strike was just, the concerns about supply chain issues and shipping things around the country. I think there's just things that maybe they knew at a federal level that maybe we didn't as average everyday people. But at the same time, I don't really like the framing of saying that the government knows better than workers. I feel like the railroad workers probably still had a plan in order to, they could have done something like this, where it was just a little bit at a time so that not everything suddenly collapsed. Um, we don't want to frame it in a way where it's that the government knows better than workers or anything. We still need to trust workers and unions to make the calls that they need to in order to succeed. I don't know if I want to. He's repeatedly doubled down on the union's key economic demands, which is including a 40% pay raises. He said would be in line with the CEO wage increases and the restoration of a pension and retiree health care and cost of living adjustments. Yeah, these are all like, these are great. These are so great. I am so fucking sick of the companies being like, this is not gonna be, this is not gonna be, like, we're not stupid. We can see the numbers. Okay, this seems like it's an article that's just going to rehash some stuff that had already happened. So I'm really curious about some of these live updates that NBC News is putting out. But again, we have to remember media bias. So remember, NBC is still like pretty central and pretty corporate. So we have to be on the lookout for if they're going to frame things pro corporate at any point, and then we can call them on it and keep that in mind in our little brains and be like, ah, yes, this was written like this because it's still they still show for corporations at the end of the day, you know. So always keep framing and sources in mind. And like I said, that's why when I do stuff like this, I tend to like pull up like a dozen tabs of stuff because it's like um uh because like, ah, shit, you gotta look at all the bullshit that's happening. Oh, okay, but okay, so I'm very curious about live stuff. I kind of either we can work backwards chronologically, like what's been happening, or we can scroll down a bit and then see what was leading up. I kind of want to do that. I kind of don't want to work backwards. I feel like that will make my brain go ick. Um, so because this is stuff from today, I want to look through. This is something marked latest. I would like to see, okay, 8 hours ago. I want to 9 hours ago, 9 hours ago. I think, I don't know, how far back do we want to go? Oh, is there viewers? Maybe? Hello, chat. Hello, views. Don't be shy. 11 hours, 12 hours. How far back do you think we should go to look? 13 hours, 13 hours. Because the thing is, they started striking, it was at midnight. So it's been almost a day now, right? I can do fucking math. I can do time. Over the threats of non-striking workers being laid off. Okay, 14 hours ago. So this would be this would be during negotiations still, right? Because they negotiated like right up until the strike got called, right? Methinks. Interesting. Obama, Obama put out a statement? Damn. Okay, 15 hours ago. I think scrolling back like a solid day would be nice. 15 hours ago? Oh, just fucking kidding. This might actually just be as far back as it goes. Because if it's at 7:02 a.m., so interesting, interesting. Okay, so let's look at this lead up. Interesting. Okay, auto workers strike creates a test for Biden's goals on labor and climate. Top goals, fighting climate change, expanding the middle class by supporting new unions. Yeah, I think that's definitely a thing that's just kind of like been a trip up, is everybody was just like, oh, are they gonna fuck with this strike like they fucked with the railroad strike? I think the railroad strike was complicated, and don't get me wrong, parts of it like being stopped like suck. And I do wish that there was more news about the fact that Biden and the railroad unions like continued negotiations even after halting the strike. Um, But at the same time, I still don't know if that really fixes the whole, like, fact that they stepped in the first place and they did a fucky wucky. It's complicated. I don't want to talk about the railroad strike though. It happened. It's done. We're talking about this. We're talking about this one. We're talking about the auto strike. Okay, but also tea. But my favorite Arizona tea is the peach tea. It's still I like it because it's on the sweeter side than like their classic green tea. And I do also still really like Arizona's like fruit juices. Um, but I have a sweet tooth, so I like my stuff just like on the sweeter side. Okay, so the strike involves 13,000 workers so far. Yep, we know that. We know that. And then Biden is trying to turbocharge the market for electric vehicles to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and prevent China from solidifying its grip on the growing industry. That was random. Why'd we bring up China? I don't know anything about China's electric vehicle production. However, some in the UAW fear the transition will cost jobs because electric vehicles require fewer people to assemble. So just make a shit ton of plants. That's the thing. Like I said, you can't, when making transitions, you can't. Oh, doggy, you want to come here on this stream? You want to say hi? Eat your puppies? No? What are you doing? You don't even know. Doggy, doggy, dog. Come here. Oh, you just gonna lay down? I understand. Damn. She thought about it. She was like, maybe I can go over there. Um, which is honestly, I'm very curious. I kind of want to see what part of their jobs guarantee negotiations are. Excuse me, with the contract. None of the articles and things that we've read over, or also any other research that I've done just kind of like behind the scenes, has talked about that. Because, okay, so you know the Green New Deal, right? We know the Green New Deal, right? So I understand the Green New Deal wasn't perfect. And especially now that it's such like an older plan, it could be updated a lot more. But a big part of what I liked in the Green New Deal was talking about prioritizing uh like certain groups of people that work in the fossil fuel industry and like help transition them into green jobs. So like taking like coal and like oil, workers, in the Rust Belt of America and like out in these oil rigs in the ocean or wherever the fuck. And giving them education and job training so that they can then be like some of the first, or like maybe not first waves of workers because we need people who are educated in it now, but basically that they'll be a part of the waves of workers to then rejoin and like grow those fields. So maybe like second or third wave. Because that's another thing is that there are people actively learning these trades now. So those people will probably get the jobs first, but we don't want to again do it in a way where we leave behind our people who have been keeping our energy secure like during this time. So I absolutely 100% agree in UAW's fear, because what'll happen is that the fucking auto industry again, if because putting profit before people, they'll do what's cheaper. So they'll just hire like these new graduates with like baby experience and that aren't in any unions or anything. I don't even know if there is an electric vehicle like production union thing, but that's probably something UAW will work on as well, is like because they're auto workers. It's because this is a fear for them. I can't imagine that it's not something that they would uh be considering like also covering, is like having a branch of their union be for electric car production, right? Um But also, like I said, because I'm very pro like public transit and stuff as well, obviously, because like I said, I'm disabled, I can't drive. So I think cars have their place in society, but we also need a lot of society to be like electric rail and like streetcars and I don't know, fucking give me a gondola in the middle of the city that'll fly me through the air to places. I don't know. But making sure that workers for that are also taken care of. But anyway, basically the transition though. So I think that's super valid, and I really enjoy the fact that yeah, electric vehicles may be inevitable, but changes need to be made so that everyone can feel secure about jobs, home, and everything else. I really enjoy the fact that this is a sticking point. Okay. So, and then the next update, if the strike doesn't end, popular vehicles that are already in short supply will become a shorter supply. Dealer lots. Oh, so basically like, oh, they're like, oh, the cost will go up. Oh, that's kind of an interesting PSA. The auto workers strike will drive up car prices, but not right away unless consumers panic. So that's very interesting that they're saying that car dealerships are probably going to tell you the UAW this and UAW that, even as their lots are full of cars right now. Current inventory levels and the pace of vehicle sales, most car shoppers should not notice much change for a couple of months. That's very interesting. I have a friend that sells cars, but like they work in a car dealership. So I don't know anything about that would how that would stick or how that would affect them. On my way to join you now, Senator Fetterman heads to picket line in Michigan. Oh, Senator Fetterman. I'm glad he's doing better after his break, like his mental health break. 'Cause yeah, government and organizing is hard. Like don't living is hard. Government is hard. Being in charge of people and organizing and making sure things are happening like efficiently and safely is hard. So I'm glad that he's doing better. Now he's on the picket line. Obama. Okay, I did the Obama update 15 hours ago. Former President Barack Obama said the big three automakers need to do right by their workers. Also, this might sound weird, but it always keeps coming back to the big three. Are there not? Is every like auto maker a branch of these three? Or are these just the biggest three? Like, are there other auto production facilities or not? I don't know. But 14 years ago, oh, and then he's talking about how we bailed them out in '08. Yep, on X, formerly known as Twitter. I respect that, like, no one's calling it X. Okay, 14 years ago, when the big three auto, I don't know if I can do an Obama voice. 14 years ago, when the big three automakers were struggling to stay afloat, my administration. He has such a unique voice. I can't do a Trump voice very well either. I think it's very important as an American that you can um do a good impression of your presidents. Uh, Same thing with a Biden impression. I can't do a Biden impression very. I think that's important for anywhere that you live, is that you should be able to do a really good impression of your government officials. Um, so I don't know anything about the fucking parliaments over in Europe, but I hope that they do impressions of their parliamentarians. Maybe I should learn like a really good Senate impression for my senators. Bernie Sanders is also really fun to do impressions of, but anyway, sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I get so distracted sometimes. Big three automakers were struggling to stay afloat. My administration and the American people who stepped up to support them. So did the auto workers in the UAW who sacrificed pay and benefits to help get the companies back on their feet, he said in a statement on Twitter. Now that car makers are enjoying the robust profits, it's time to do the right thing by those same workers so the industry can emerge more united and competitive than ever. Yeah, no, that's the other thing, is like they made all these sacrifices, and then the thing is, I can't remember why the automakers were crashing, because a lot of stuff was crashing in '08. Housing, local production of things, food, agriculture, like everything was breaking down. There's a really good video by Second Thought on YouTube that talks about the um this cycle like in capitalism, and how a part of it is having like regular like dips, regular recessions and depressions, because it's part of how wealth gets consolidated towards the top. So when large companies do things to make crashes happen on purpose, like, it's fucky. It's very interesting. So UAW President Shawn Fain, this is 14 hours ago. So that's the other thing, is that because the contract is up, things are going to be, just wild, right? Um, and like they're already unionized. So you know how like a part of union busting is when they let go of people who are trying to unionize? Well, these are folks already unionized. So there's still like you can't be firing people who are in the union, like while there's a contract, but now that the contract is up, it's gonna probably get kind of messy. But again, I don't know the details about this specific, like the old contract, or also just a lot of like labor stuff in general. Like I said, I tend to dip my toes in, oh gosh, that was me putting my cup down. I tend to dip my toes into all kinds of stuff, so I don't have like a particular field that I do stuff in. But yeah, it's absolutely an attack to scare the union and scare workers. So GM threatened to lay off 2,000 workers at a plant in Fairfax, Kansas, blaming the strike in Wentzville, Missouri. The automaker said it wouldn't be able to provide those workers with supplemental unemployment benefits because the contract with the union had expired. Ford said it already laid off 600 workers at a facility in Wayne, Michigan, because there was no work for them due to the strike. Fain says their threats won't work. So let's be clear, if the big three decide to lay people off who aren't on strike, that's them trying to put a squeeze on our members to settle for less. Even with their record profits, they don't have to lay off a single employee. Oh no, not even with. So with their record profits, they don't have to lay off a single employee. Yes, thank you. The money is there. Fain says the companies could still make billions of dollars even if they double the pay of every worker and keep car prices the same. Yep. Yep. The UAW will make sure any worker laid off in the Big Three's latest attack will not go without income. We will organize one day longer than they can and go the distance to win economic and social justice for the Big Three. I really enjoy this new president. He's very good at like I said, kind of using like lefty worker like socialist like talking points, but in a way that doesn't like scare the righties. I think there's a video somewhere though where someone was yelling that he was like a communist or something, and like I said, like who cares what you call it? He's out here taking care of the union. He's taking care of his people, you know. That's interesting. So they're gonna be okay. Teams for GM and Ford started negotiations again on Saturday with UAW. So that was 14 hours ago. How did that go though? A picket line. Everyone deserves a livable wage. Legislators show support. So a lot of reps from all over. Proud to stand with UAW. Everyone deserves a livable wage. That's very nice. Presley calls out the CEOs of Ford and GM and Stellantis for getting giant bonuses on top of $1 million salaries. I'm glad. I was raised in a union household. I know firsthand how unions fight for fair wages and benefits for workers. This is really nice. And they're emphasizing that these are reps from some of the places where there are plants and where there will be striking. That's cool. That's a nice update. Had reasonably productive conversations. Okay, is that after the negotiation on Saturday? Okay, all right. UAW said it had reasonably productive conversations with Ford today, the automotive company, and GM said that they would be back to negotiating with the union. Okay. Ooh, we should watch a little video.
Right here, John.
Oh, please don't be loud. You're gonna blow up my ears and the ears of my viewers.
Drove all the way from Pittsburgh because we're a union town here too, as well. It's just an honor to be here. Yeah. Oh
wow. Look, he looks so good. He looks.
Like I always stand for the union way of life. I live across the street, from a steel mill and the steel workers. And I came from Pittsburgh because it's a union town as well. I will always stand for unions, and whatever the unions, in their best interest, that's what I'm going to be standing for. We stand with workers, and that's all.
I say he looks good because, like I said, like he was taking time off because of like he was having mental health issues. Like, he was stressed and depressed after joining government, which makes sense. So I'm glad he's doing better. He looks like he has more color back to him, like he's eating well and drinking water, taking care of himself. I also love his casual getup. I really like that he didn't like roll up in there like a politician in a suit. Like he's straight up in just like a big old hoodie and and regular pants.
My message to the CEOs is, at $74 million, collectively earning that, how many yachts can they need, to water ski behind it? It's just crazy. I don't understand it. It's just like, do what's right for the union, in this nation.
Fuck yeah. That was great. I don't know if you caught that, because he was stuttering a little bit, which is, again, it happens, we're human. But $74 million collectively is what the CEOs make from the big three companies. And then he's just like, how many yachts do you need to buy to ski behind? Like, do what's right. And I totally agree. Like, how much luxury stuff do you need? You don't. Give me like a community boat. Everybody gets the boat. That's really sweet. I'm glad Fetterman did that. Ooh, Stellantis is back to negotiating. We'll be back on Monday. That was 11 hours ago. So, interesting. Okay, Chevrolet. Oh, and then here they're naming the cars that could be shorted during the strike. So, Chevrolet Silverado and Tahoe, the GMC Sierra, and the Ford F-Series pickups. RIP. Okay, so Stellantis is new offer. Inflation protection measures to UAW as the strike. Okay, so Stellantis said on Saturday, the most recent proposal to the UAW includes raises of nearly 21% over the course of the contract. And I believe the new contract is a 5-year contract, I think is the plan. An immediate 10% pay increase, and the end of wage tiers for some workers, which is the latest development in this historic showdown between the big three Detroit automakers and the union. The Jeep maker's proposal is in line with the proposals from Ford and General Motors. It would also continue to offer profit sharing to workers, according to the new details on the offer released by the company Saturday. The teams have been very, very careful to listen very carefully for us to come up with the best offers that we can do and also protect the company. COO Mark Stewart said. I don't like, nope, they could do more. We're not stupid. So it's very interesting that they put out that offer and like that math, and then also immediately they had to get called out, Stellantis, for taking back their proposed plan to reopen a plant in Illinois, an idled plant. So again, like job stuff. Today, Stellantis executives told the press that the company had put forward a proposal to reopen the Bella Verde assembly plant, but they're now taking it back because that is how they see workers, as a bargaining chip. The executive for the automaker said they had a solution for the plant, but the offer was contingent on the two sides reaching a deal ahead of the strike. Said that the plant had been profitable and supported around 5,000 employees and their family, but now that number is 0 and Stellantis wants to keep playing games. Their attitude is that Stellantis giveth and Stellantis taketh away, but our attitude is save Belvedere. I don't know a lot of backstory on this. I don't know why the plant is idled. Like, I think that just means it's suspended, though, not like it's fully closed. Back at the negotiating table, the 21% and the 10%, but the union wants 40% raises as the annual gross profits have risen 34% at Ford and 50% at GM. That's, bruh. Okay, I'm gonna go to this little red box, and then I think that'll be enough of like catching up. But union leaders and the big three automakers have resumed contract negotiations Saturday, more than 24 hours after the strike began. The thing is, though, I think the plants are still closed. Like, that's the thing. Just because they begin negotiations, like, that's still, like, with a strike ongoing. Just because negotiations, like, start back up, that doesn't always mean that. Okay, so that like, it'll end. Okay, so, Senator John Fetterman visited the picket line. We saw that in Wayne, Michigan. President Joe Biden expressed support for the workers, urging both sides to reach a win-win agreement. Union members walked out of 3 plants, which we saw, in the locations of in Missouri, Ohio, and Michigan. Ooh, ow, let's look at this chart. How the UAW strike compares to other historical U.S. strikes. Give me the chart. Give me the chart. The largest strike in the past 30 years was the 10-day UPS strike in August 1997 when 180,000 stopped working. Okay. So an estimated... So the largest strikes. Okay, I like this. I like charts. I like visuals. So the largest strikes, an estimated 75,000... Geez. Steelworkers went on strike for more than a month in 1946. So the United Steelworkers of 1946, 75,000. So AT&T in 1983 was 6,700 or 675,000. Okay. United Mine Workers, additional coal miners in 1922, 610,000. United Steelworkers again, 560,000, which was in 52. United Steelworkers, fuck it up, United Steelworkers, 1959, 519,000. Railroad Industry, 67. Railroad Industry, 1922. United Textile Workers of America in 1934. And these are all in like the 400,000s. Oh, what is this chart? I don't know if I like this chart. This one hurt my brain. International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, which is IBEW. Are these, what is this? 9 of the 20 longest stoppages ending in the past 3 decades lasted longer than a year. Okay. Most of the strikes in recent years didn't last long. Among work stoppages with more than 1,000 workers in the past 30 years, the average one went 5 weeks, according to the NBC News analysis of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Wait, hold on, time out. I have to remember what a work stoppage is. Hold on. Define work stoppage. Okay, should we just do a definition from, okay, concerted secession? Secession? Oh, like ceasing. I swear I can read. Concerted secessions, or cessation. I swear I can read, and I don't think I have a stutter, but sometimes I struggle. And to be honest, when I was younger, I did do that thing where you would read to therapy dogs at the local public library. Maybe just because I'm a nervous little thing. Of work by a group of employees, usually more spontaneous and less serious than a strike. Okay, so baby strike. Okay. Actually, I have to go to the bathroom, dudes. So, I'm gonna mute and do a be right back. Methinks. I'll be right back. I have to go to the bathroom so bad, dude.
Aloha everyone, here on day 38, I'm going to give you some updates on the number of fatalities. We're now at 97. That number dropped a little bit because the Department of Defense and all of their physical anthropologists were able to help us discern better who was in cars or in houses. So thank God fewer people have passed away. We still have 31 open reports, and not all of those who are lost have been identified. So we'll get these numbers more and more refined, but fewer people have been lost. We're going to do what we can to house the 7,415 people that are currently in hotel rooms, move them into long-term rentals. If you have a long-term rental and you'd like to participate, contact us. We would love to rent that for 18 months. We want everyone to get housing for a long time as we rebuild. Mahalo for understanding and mahalo for your generosity.
Tonight, surveillance video revealing the truth about the night Colorado Congresswoman Lauren Boebert was kicked out of a theater. Her version of events going up in smoke. After denials she was vaping inside a Denver theater during a musical performance of Beetlejuice, this video clears the air. Boebert is seen on video blowing smoke before the start of the show. The Colorado Republican representative is also seen dancing and clapping along to the music, her arm raised above her head, even using flash photography. A woman sitting behind her appears to lean over and say something to Boebert. At one point, her date is apparently unable to keep his hands to himself. Eventually, the couple is escorted from the theater, Boebert giving staff the middle finger and allegedly saying, "Don't you know who I am?" according to an incident report from the venue. Before this video revealed the true performance, her campaign manager denying the allegations that Boebert was kicked out for vaping, telling the Washington Post in a statement there might have been a misunderstanding from someone sitting near her, and attributing the source of the smoke to heavy fog machines and electronic cigarettes used in the show. NBC News has reached out to Drew Sexton, Boebert's campaign manager, and Boebert herself, but has not heard back. Boebert alluding to the incident, tweeting, "It's true. I did thoroughly enjoy the amazing Beetlejuice at the Buell Theater, and I plead guilty to laughing and singing too loud. Everyone should go see it if you get the chance this week, and please let me know how it ends." The end of that evening for Boebert and her date, holding hands and twirling into the night.
All right, Valerie Castro joins us now live in studio. Okay, clearly the video shows her appearing to vape. There was that hanky-panky you pointed out as well. But it didn't look like she was going nuts in her chair. There's more video, you were saying, and another audience member too complained?
Yes, if you watch more of the video, she continuously is raising her hands and dancing. Everyone around her is pretty subdued. The Denver Post has done...
She's at a different level than everybody else.
She is. The Denver Post has done extensive reporting on this, and one of their reporters was able to interview the woman that was sitting directly behind her, and she tells the paper that she asked Lauren Boebert to stop vaping at one point. The woman is pregnant. She says Boebert told her no. She also tells the paper that at the intermission, she and her husband were so fed up that they asked if they could change their seats. The usher told them that they were not the first to complain.
Wow. Okay, Valerie Castro. Beetlejuice, on the other hand, in Denver, getting a lot of publicity out of this, so maybe it's a great show. Thank you for that.
Oh, yeah.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Well, we gotta find some way to save, so say hi to Glenn from work.
Hey, that's my mom.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon. We just pick our perks.
Travel pass, mobile hotspot.
And save on everyone.
That is a good plan. Glenn, looks like we're not gonna be needing you, so I'll see you at work.
Oh, later, Glenn.
This week, new and current customers get a free Samsung Galaxy S23 plus Galaxy Watch and Tab. All three, all on us. That's a savings of over $1,800. Offer ends soon. It's your Verizon.
Let's be clear that what the UAW is fighting for is not radical. In the first half of 2023, the big three automakers made $21 billion in profits in 6 months, up 80% from the same time period last year. In other words, they're doing pretty good. Meanwhile, while the CEOs and stockholders in the automobile industry made out like bandits, the workers who build the vehicles, you, are earning totally inadequate wages, and over the last several decades have fallen further and further behind. All of you know that there was once a time when a union job in the automobile industry was the gold standard for the working class in America. Brothers and sisters, the CEOs of General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis, and their major stockholders on Wall Street have got to understand they cannot have it all. We refuse to live in an oligarchy. We refuse to accept a society in which so few have so much and so many have so little. Brothers and sisters, enough is enough. Let us stand together to end corporate greed. Let us stand together to rebuild the disappearing middle class. Let us create an economy that works for all, not just the 1%. And let us all, every American in every state in this country, stand with the UAW. Thank you very much.
Since the City Custom Cash Card automatically adjusts to earn me more cash back in my top eligible category, suddenly life's feeling a little more automatic. Ooh, automatic sashimi.
Earn cash back that automatically adjusts to how you spend with the City Custom Cash Card.
Another major story we're following tonight, Hurricane Lee, a large and dangerous Category 1 storm marching toward the northeast at this hour. Kathy Park is in Maine, where a state of emergency has been declared.
Tonight, Hurricane Lee churning up powerful waves up and down the coast as the storm picks up speed and moves closer to New England.
We were going to go away this weekend. We said, no, we better stay home.
Massachusetts and Maine declaring a state of emergency, bracing for strong winds, rain, and coastal flooding.
Know your zone. Learn if you live in an evacuation zone. And if you do live in an area that's prone to flooding, you should be prepared to evacuate if necessary.
Marinas taking no chances. This one in Portland clearing out all of their vessels ahead of the storm.
In my 11 years down here, we've had a full haul out like this about once.
Emergency responders getting ready too.
This doesn't happen often. We don't usually see a hurricane come up to and hit the Maine coast. We are usually prepared for winter and storm.
The Portland Fire Department giving us a preview of what's to come.
So how does your department get ready for a storm like this?
We're upstaffing, especially on the Marine Division with the fireboat here. We're going to upstaff on the islands as well.
Even though Hurricane Lee is weakening and hours away from making landfall, it's growing, with tropical storm force winds extending hundreds of miles outside the storm's path.
The white caps that you see way off in the distance,
right on the horizon.
That we never see that. Already you can see that it's picking up.
Lee getting dangerously close, with Nova Scotia now on high alert, expecting a direct hit this weekend.
And as you can see, the winds and the waves already starting to pick up. This will intensify during the overnight hours and come tomorrow morning. Some spots in the area could see wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. This could lead to coastal flooding and dangerous beach conditions.
For avocado, sustainability comes first. That's why we donate 1% of all revenue as members of 1% for the Planet and craft our organic mattresses, pillows, and bedding in our own facilities, where our team shares a singular purpose: to raise the bar for what it means to be a sustainable business.
We feel proud to be part of avocado.
Discover the avocado organic mattress today at avocadomattress.com.
Right here, John Fetterman from Pennsylvania, a senator from Pennsylvania.
Hey,
Work with him in D.C.
Drove all the way from Pittsburgh because we're a Uniontown here too. As well, it's just an honor to be here. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Like I always stand for the union way of life. I live across the street, from a steel mill and the steel workers, and I came from Pittsburgh because it's a union town as well. I will always stand for unions, and whatever the unions, in their best interest, that's what I'm going to be standing for. We stand with workers, and that's why we're here. Hey, John, hey, how you doing?
All right.
My message to the CEOs is, at $74 million, collectively earning that, how many yachts can they need, to water ski behind it? It's just crazy. I don't understand it. It's just like, do what's right for the union, in this nation.
Aloha everyone, here on day 38, I'm going to give you some updates on the number of fatalities. We're now at 97. That number dropped a little bit because the Department of Defense and all of their physical anthropologists were able to help us discern better who was in cars or in houses. So thank God fewer people have passed away. We still have 31 open reports, and not all of those who are lost have been identified. So we'll get these numbers more and more refined, but fewer people have been lost. We're going to do what we can to house the 7,415 people that are currently in hotel rooms, move them into long-term rentals. If you have a long-term rental and you'd like to participate, contact us. We would love to rent that for 18 months. We want everyone to get housing for a long time as we rebuild. Mahalo for understanding and mahalo for your generosity.
I was muted and now we're unmuted. Yeah, sorry. I went to go to the bathroom and then my cats were being little scoundrels. So sorry for the longer delay than initially intended. But we're back. Okay. Yep, we got that. We got that. We still got trail mix. Also, I kind of almost have the hiccups. And I don't like the hiccups. They legit make me want to cry. Maybe, so those were the main two topics. Let me check in on one of my guests. A lot of stuff has been popping up. Okay. Honestly, I might also do a subathon tomorrow. Because from the looks of it, like I haven't gotten a notification that anyone has subbed, so it's a little sad that there's no subs during a subathon. Actually, very embarrassing for me. It's okay, like I said. This is a hobby and fun and an outlet and something. It's something. I don't know exactly what I dream about or I want or I envision for this channel, over time. I'm gonna have more trail mix. I should probably eat more real food later, but the chicken and pasta was pretty filling, so not like the worst. Maybe part of why I do this is ease of information access. I mean, I talked about it a little bit. I talked about it a little bit when we talked about like red flags and organizing groups yesterday. Whenever there's any kind of like weird like gatekeeping aspect to an organization, because again, Dominic did bring up a good point. Sometimes there's things that you can't really get involved at, like when you're new, or there's like very particular ways that things like have to be, gone about. Um, so always keep in mind that, like, the red flags are a bit nuanced and complicated, which I know is not easy to explain or to really like understand until you're in an org, or maybe you just get a weird feeling. But I don't know, what would be a good topic? We could do like a meme topic. I mean, I don't typically cover like stuff that happens on YouTube because like YouTuber drama and like, don't get me wrong, I'm not like a policy head or anything. Like, I'm very particular, I guess, about topics I want to cover and like why, and I want mm, I think that like I think part of what I want, right, is oh, I forgot to plug this back in. Okay. I think part of, like I said, the vibe for like ease of access of information, but also like explaining things sometimes. Like sometimes you get into leftist spaces, and especially if it's like really concentrated with like theory heavy people, they don't always know how to like break down theory and like apply it, outside of the hypotheticals listed specifically in theory or outside of discussion in like their groups. So, but something that's interesting that I think kind of to me politically was Ethan Klein from like the H3 podcast or something tried to talk politics on his podcast, and it didn't really go well because it sounds like he just didn't have a fully like put together idea of what he was trying to articulate. But especially versus the people he had on the show, sounds like they did. So it was very much like lefties talking with like a centrist situation. Um, but I don't really know anything outside of that, so I'm a bit curious about that. That could be something fun to kind of go over. Um, and a good way to fill in time. Cause like this is a subathon. We streaming, we're going. I'm eating trail mix. I'm living my life. I'll have to get more water at some point. Or when my partner comes home from a friend's house, I'll be like, get me water, please, beesh. How do I, hold on, let me hop on the Discord real quick. Anything interesting happening? I need to join more Discords in my, like, I have a channel Discord account, right? But I don't have, like, a channel Discord, because no, I don't, I don't want another thing to be in charge of right now. So, but sometimes because people interact back and forth, hmm, oh, fuck. I think I just dropped trail mix. I'm dropping a lot of food. I know I'm a messy eater, but, like, damn. I want, like, um, I think that doesn't sound awful. Like, it's not a thing I typically do, but I'm just very curious about, because, like, political discussions, right? Like, should be happening more in everyday life, because politics is how we build the world, and so we should always be knowing about how we're building the world, right? Okay, so maybe YouTube. Okay, YouTube, right? But shit. Will it be I don't think I want to watch someone reacting. I think I just want the H3H3. I'm also trying to remember who even were the Oh, okay. So one of my guests just got back to me about what all was going on today. They also had family stuff. Okay, so family stuff was coming up. I said I'd come on today. I understand it's late now, and I could totally still come on, but I also think coming on at another time would just be better for me energy-wise. I'm sorry about doing this to you and your viewers 2 days in a row. Aw, no, you're okay, bud. You're okay. Alright? You're fine. We'll have you on another time, okay? Things happen, okay? People are people. Things happen. You're all good. But it looks like... Oh gosh, was Hassan one of the guests on it that caused the debating? I think people said there were like two. Is it his actual podcast or is it... Or is it... Oh, wait, how many... How many channels does this dude have? Jesus Christ. I don't even know. Hold on. You know what, actually, Reddit has never done me wrong. Reddit will probably have a link to it, because I think that was the first place I saw it. Oh, Reddit. Reddit has never... Just kidding. Reddit does a lot of people wrong every single day that it exists. What about... What about... Okay, I see, like... This is...
I mean, it is what it is.
You said it yourself. You said greed is good.
I just said that was misconstrued.
But here's the thing. But okay, fine.
I'm
you
saying
why
it's inevitable.
Ethan's going through his
for the good it can do.
You don't believe that.
Ethan's going through his I'm gonna debate the socialist arc. What is he doing? He's just glazing capitalism. Where?
We have figured it out that we've found the best system of organizing society.
I think that know
we're at the end of history.
I think part of it you have to tangle with is what's realistic. Like what's a realistic way for people to
I thought... Hold on. Ethan Klein... How... Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get more info off of Reddit because I'm not 100%... Like, was Hassan there? There you go. Or was it just he was talking to Dan? Why did people keep mentioning Hassan, though? Is it just because Hassan reacted to it? Oh, I don't think I'm on the right scene. Hold on. Boom. Okay, the next Oh, but Ethan Hill, Native Americans, my people, we had a society you're referring to and saying doesn't exist. We're still here. We have a word for selfishness and greed in our language. It's called Washu. I translate to whites person or person of people of greed. Quickly visiting the sub without finishing Friday's episode. No one else feel like Ethan has changed. During the painting segment, he said we would all have to pay to see his feet without socks. I remember during the Wiki Feet Wars, he would show his feet all the time for free. Wait, what? No. A million and billion. I know, we know that. Painting Ethan. What the fuck is this? What is this? With all you lefties in the community. I'm an old fart like Ethan. I'm 36. 36 is not old. Jeez. When I was in school, you couldn't say the word communist without people thinking you're psychotic. So it's heartwarming to see how the world has changed, not only towards conversations about these things, but also having so many young kids be so sophisticated and understanding lefty ideology. I love this community and I love this show. Bye. Zach was right. This is out of control. The amount of people ready to mock, insult, and destroy someone just because they have a slightly different view on political and economic systems is alarming. But why? What happened? Political debates on Leftovers and After Dark were some of the podcast's best content in a while. The Leftovers chat whenever Ethan brings up capitalism. Okay, wait. So how the conversation should have went on Friday. Oh my god, wait, what? Wait.
I don't agree with that. Huh?
Wait, okay, so I'm trying to find Friday's episode, basically, is what I'm understanding.
The NekoKeno thing came up, and you're like, you guys aren't, you're not that.
Okay. So where... Oh my god. 3 days ago. One day ago. So is it this one? What the fuck? So it was Dan. So why were people bringing up... Yeah, Jujutsu Kaisen. Why were people bringing up Hassan then? Okay, wait, watching them make silly paintings, take a break, and then coming back to a full-blown capitalism debate was crazy. Just because you're anti-capitalist doesn't mean you're a communist. Yeah. Okay, so maybe people just brought up
You're
Hassan
invited.
because
McClendon's Rent-in-Store grand reopening is Saturday and Sunday, September 30th and October 1st from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Here, no, Eva, because
Okay.
our angels are there.
Okay. Thank you, ads, I guess. Square dance, eating veggies. Podcast industry scammers. I'm not like Taco Bell order. The crew paints Ethan like a French girl. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay.
Hold on.
Oh.
Okay. Tim Gurner, property developer and multimillionaire Tim Gurner, has expressed the view that employees have grown too arrogant and believe that a substantial increase in unemployment, especially in the construction sector, is necessary to boost productivity. Listen to this fucking psycho. Dude, this guy's gonna get me killed. He does not. Here, can you do me a favor, Ian? Put up that this dumbass's views do not reflect mine. Not for YouTube, but just for the
audience.
The communists watching. The radical communists watching.
So,
cold.
It's a little cold. Yeah, it's a little cold.
Turn off the air.
oh, so they were talking about, I ended up like rethreading it on, resharing it. I don't know. I shared it on Threads, but yeah, basically like this psycho CEO was just like, oh, make unemployment like 50% so that workers like learn their place or whatever, blah, 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 blah. And it was like, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, people come together to make things happen. So the things that they come together to do, creating profit and items or whatever, like, so resources should be distributed evenly because of the things that they do. So, okay, so it sounds like Hassan was just not involved and maybe he reacted to it and that's why people were talking about it. Thank you, Reddit, I guess.
I mean, the audacity to go out and say something in public, like this is some insightful thing. I mean, this man is a demon. Listen to this shit. Gerner Group. So change the name. It's Psycho Gerner Group. Stop.
I think the problem that we've had is that we have people decided they didn't really want to work so much anymore through COVID, and that has had a massive issue on productivity. Tradies have definitely pulled back on productivity. They have been paid a lot to do not too much in the last few years, and we need to see that change. We need to see unemployment rise. Unemployment has to jump 40-50%, in my view.
Nice.
We need to see pain in the economy. We need to remind people that they work for the employer, not the other way around. I mean, there's been a systematic change where employees feel the employer is extremely lucky to have them, as opposed to the other way around. So it's a dynamic that has to change. We've got to kill that attitude, and that has to come through.
But like, it's true. An employer is outsourcing work they do not want to do themselves. Like, you're lucky to find someone who wants to do that work. If not, you have to do it yourself. So yes, you're lucky to be able to outsource work. Like, there's always things to be done so people can find jobs. Or if like we don't have work in the way that we have currently, like, people will always find things to do. People have found things to do for literal decades, hundreds of thousands of years. Like, all of humanity, even like ye old, Neanderthal humanoids, or like, proto Homo sapien or whatever. People like doing things.
Hurting the economy, which is what the whole global, the world is trying to do. The governments around the world are trying to increase unemployment to get that to some sort of normality. And we're seeing it. I think every employer now is seeing it. I mean, there is definitely massive layoffs going off. People might not be talking about it, but people are definitely laying people off, and we're starting to see less arrogance in the employment market, and that has to continue because that will cascade across the cost balance.
Can you imagine actually like going out and saying this? I mean, what?
So, you know what I just saw?
What a
This
fuck.
guy is the guy that started the whole avocado toast thing. Same dude.
Hold on.
Why does the other host like not actually get to be in the cool background of the podcast? Is he not actually a host? Is it because he's a guest? His background was straight up the behind the scenes stuff. Was just like laptops and a plushie. Like, they didn't even give. You don't even get a real background, dude. Who are these people? I know that that's Ethan and that's Ethan's wife. So the other guy must be Dan, because that game name pops up a lot. Is her name Hila or Hala?
What is that? How do you claim that? That's like claiming burritos.
No. I'm sorry. He didn't say that he invented avocado toast. You remember there was a controversy, the whole meme of like, well, millennials should just
that
stop
was
buying.
him.
Yeah, he started that whole.
Stop with all the
discourse.
avocado toast. Oh,
Yeah.
he really hates poor people.
This is what I'm saying.
He
Look,
like
here he is.
Oh wow.
Where did Gerner get his money? I'm wondering. Gerner believes our housing crisis will just be resolved once young Aussies inherit the incredible wealth from the baby boomers. Oh, like, is that what he did? Luxury property developer. Is that what he did? He just got money from mommy and daddy or grandma and grandpa, and then he went into real estate?
Wait, full screen that. Full screen that.
That's crazy.
We are coming into a new reality where first home buyers, second home buyers, and a lot of people won't own a house in their lifetime. That is just the reality of where we're going.
So you think that young people have now got the prospect of never owning a home?
Absolutely, when you're spending $40 a day on smashed avocado and coffees and not working. Yeah, of course.
Oh, that was it, I guess. Yeah. Spending all your money on smashed avocado.
Where do you go where avocado toast is $40 with a coffee and not working? Buddy, people are working.
Smashed avocado and coffees and not working. Yeah, of course.
Dude, you fuck.
Absolutely.
This guy
When I have-
sucks.
He really sucks.
I'm also seeing that he is one of these weirdos
Yeah, his background is just monitors. You don't have a podcast background.
that wants to be immortal.
Oh god, that's another dude I haven't talked about. The immortal Instagram
yeah.
guy. I'm obsessed with him.
This guy, he gets receives magnesium infusion as well-being establishment.
Bro, you literally look like you're doing a demonic ritual. What are you doing? Look at that with all the candles. I hate you. I actually hate you.
I mean, I can say from our experience that he's completely wrong. It's not the case about like productivity going down because of COVID and people not wanting to work and all this stuff. Is wrong.
People just
Well, if your business model is reliant on exploiting workers, then it is going to affect your bottom line.
Yeah.
If you're McDonald's, if you're Walmart, if you're, you know.
I mean, in a way, we've learned that a business can be more accommodating to people and still work. Like today, some people might come for an interview and they'll ask for I forget what's the word, but like a position where they can work hybrid, twice a week in the office and then work from home the rest of the week. Stuff like that, where I think it was educational for everybody on both sides. And
what are you trying to say, Dan?
His forehead is
huge. Yeah, dude.
It's like crazy,
It's
right?
a good hairline, but
and like
that
if you follow like where his head actually, like the head is massive.
A lot of real estate.
Uh-huh. That's his
awesome.
business.
I guess
I mean,
maybe we should listen. He's probably pretty smart with that big, right?
That five head.
That's so sick, dude.
That's just
That
really
eight head.
hollow.
But like I fundamentally disagree with his theory.
Wait, how many people are on this show? What is this, H3 After Dark? Because, oh, maybe that's why they had different backgrounds. Are they calling in from somewhere? Are those video screens? I don't fucking know.
That we must exploit workers
I
for
hear other
it's
people.
like, dude, when workers
like if anything,
make more money and are better off and have health care and have access to shelter, affordable shelter and food, guess what? Society is more stable and going to have more longevity for everybody. When your philosophy is let's exploit every single worker to the max, it's only a matter of time before your head ends on a pike, brother. And it is coming someday. If you keep doing this, you will die.
It's so
Maybe
dumb.
not. He's gonna live
stupid
forever.
on so many levels.
You know what? Can I just say something else? All these rich people who are trying to live forever are the worst. They're the last people we want living forever.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
That's true.
Sorry, go ahead.
But it's just like, if anything, I think it became better for everybody. Like employees know better. They know what they want and what works for them and what to ask for now. And employers can accommodate that, and then the employee can feel appreciated and feel like they care about the job and actually do a better job because they still have free time to do what they need. They can go do their personal errands. Like it's a more, I don't know. It's a better approach for everybody, actually. What
When
happened
does
since
shit hit the
COVID?
In almost
fan?
all office jobs where people have to go to a specific place to work, there's no reason for them to be in that location.
Okay, when is shit gonna hit the fan? Because they're saying like very standard lefty talking points. So I'm very curious. Like, are people giving them shit because they present themselves like very like lefty and progressive and like understanding to like socialism and stuff or something, but then when shit hits the fan and like policies are actually being recommended, are they like, oh no, 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 no?
50% or even more of the time. Like literally, it's just a quality of life increase for them that costs nothing. And apparently, to people like this, the worker's suffering is part of what he expects to get from the salary he pays them. You know, he feeds off of it. What a piece of shit, dude. I hate this guy. How you even gonna say that?
Mm-hmm.
Um, you know, I know that I'm a capitalist, and so I've been trying to think like, how do you square that with my other like socialist ideas? And I think
Sorry, I just got a message that I needed to respond to. Why are people blowing on my phone when I'm live? When I'm live, when I'm live, when I'm live. Um, oh my god. mean, it's not like people know when I'm live. I don't tell friends and family or anything about this channel. Like, it's not, I feel like as it grows, people will find it. But for now, like, I guess, like, the friends that know about it are organizing friends. But not all of them, only some of them. Mostly, so some people from every org that I'm in, like, kind of know, but not enough to, like, um, I don't know, it's not like a super known thing. Um, Sorry, I know we're supposed to be in, like, the middle of, like, whatever the fuck, and me editing this is gonna be a pain in the ass because I have to clip all of this out, but I'll have to deal with this later.
There is, I think that there, if there isn't, there should be a.
So, okay, but the thing he's talking about, like, so he's like, I am a capitalist, right? So, capitalism is typically defined, hold on. It's very funky to talk about because you have to understand, um, capitalism. Oh, hold on. These animals are always on shenanigans. These homies is on. What are you doing? What are you doing, you absolute scoundrel? Sorry, I was muted. Um, so it's getting kind of late, and my animals very clearly want attention and want to play before bed. So I, as their parental figure, need to do that to make sure that they get energy out before bed so that they sleep well. And it is kind of late, and I'm already coming up on like the 6 hour-ish mark, which was the soonest I was thinking about ending this. So, but I do think that this next bit and this next discussion is going to be interesting. And so I think this would be something cool to maybe do tomorrow. Maybe have like a part 3 to this tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure, but I think, yeah, I just think that the circumstances of there's not a lot of people in chat right now, like at all. No one's really talking. I see viewers popping in and out. I know I have lurkers. Like I know that, and I know that quite a few of my viewers live on the East Coast, so I super appreciate that you're like 3 hours ahead of me, but you still try to watch me live. But now it's like gonna be midnight soon, so thanks. That's like 3 in the morning for you. I'm so thankful that you stayed up. Um, and yeah, my animals they really want to play. So why don't I bookmark whatever is going on with this Ethan Klein does capitalism stuff, and I'll get together some like interesting definitions and like how they, because there's definitions, but then also you have to look at like how things actually come into play with economic policies. So like something might be defined as something, and how that translates to real world application, turns into, because like with capitalism, it's, profit above all else, right? So how that plays out in society is a lot of like consolidation of wealth and stuff, because it's trying to accumulate as much profit as possible. It's treating people and the environment like shit because that's the cheapest thing to do, and it's the best way to get profit, but I think this will be an interesting thing, but I definitely think that it's going to take like more time than probably necessary right now. And also, like I said, my phone kind of just got blown up a bit. So, guys, I know you want to play. I know. But also like my roommate and stuff was just letting me know that they were going to bed. So that's another thing, is like I can't be too loud now anymore. Guys, hey, hey, I know, hey, no, no. Okay, yeah, they want to play. They're being little psychos. Quiet. Thank you. No, I love them, but when they have, just like with people, when you have like wiggles and you have like pent up energy, you got to get it out. So I'm gonna play with them and get them all ready for bed. So let's time out. Let's take a time out and let's bookmark this bit for tomorrow or maybe sometime next week. I want to get through it soon since it's a thing that had just happened on Friday, and it seems pretty relevant to kind of people understanding how policies and different economic systems actually play into real life, and how it kind of gets into people's brain, and so the things that it makes them start to think and believe in. And then also I'll do a bit more research on kind of what's going on, because like I said, I don't really follow H3. So I'm not even always 100% sure what's happening. But thanks so much for those of you that have stopped by. Please subscribe during this subathon, and please hang out and follow me on my new social medias that I made for this channel. I've made an Instagram and a Threads recently. There are links in the description. I would really like to have followers over there as well, because right now I think I have some, none, I don't know. I'm very bad at watching my follower and subscriber count as well, by the way. But I am getting engagement. So thanks so much. I will catch y'all later. Please have a great night. Please sleep well. Have water before bed. Wash your face. Brush your teeth. Um, wear your favorite pajamas. I'm giving you permission to wear your favorite pajamas that you don't wear that often because you don't want to ruin them. Well, nope, you're gonna wear them now.